Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku had to protect pop stars part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below and let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story 𝗧𝗵𝗲 from AO3. So let's start the video. In tonight's news, the popular J-pop group 𝐒𝐻𝐳 has announced their very first tour dates all across Japan for this coming summer. Pre-sale tickets will be available for purchase through their official website and through the local event centers by the end of the week. In just under a year, this group of young women have taken the internet by storm with their most popular song Hero 2. The TV clicked off silently, only to be replaced by a gaggle of girls screaming excitedly into the room. A group of 6 young women bounced up and down on the large, curved sectional adorning their suite's living room. Pillows flew off the furniture every which way in the chaos, before some of the women followed suit. They hugged, cheered, popped the champagne bottles wide open in celebration of their very first tour dates. After years of hard work, rejection letters from major label companies, and even some of their friends and families saying they'd never get anywhere being J-pop stars, the women of 𝐒𝐻𝐳 had finally broken through the barriers to become #1 on the charts. The girls rolled to a stop on the carpet with aching sides, tears of joy, and the widest smiles humanly possible. Finally! We showed those naysayers, girls. We're trending #1 on the charts, and we ain't stopping there. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 hollered with a freshly popped champagne bottle sloshing over the remaining group members sprawled around her. Take that, Becky from high school. You can kiss my pink painted ass for all of your spiteful words and stupid unbleached roots. I'll bet you she'll even try to buy tickets because of our popularity. You're still going on about her? Didn't she move out of the country for some modeling gig in Europe? 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 waved a hand at her friend lazily as she draped upside down from the couch, with a grin. 𝗵𝗲 dusted herself off before elegantly sitting beside her friend with a more than pleased expression. Her dye jobs were so bad it scared all of the town's stylists into closing. 𝐎𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿 cackled with a swig of 𝗵𝗃's champagne bottle and an arm locked around the pink-haired drummer. The two spun around in circles before collapsing in a laughing heap on the end of the couch. I can't believe we've made it this far. I had my doubts in the beginning, but I'm glad we stuck through it to the end. 𝗬𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐻𝐿 jumped to her feet while pulling the last band member to her feet. Achiko Uraraka enthusiastically nodded her head before tossing herself onto the couch in between the two sets of girls, with 𝐒𝐻𝐼 choosing to take a seat on the end next to 𝗧𝗏𝗧. It was all a team effort to get where we are now, ladies, so let's party the night up in celebration. Oh, I should call my parents first to let them know the good news. Has anyone seen my phone? Uraraka patted down her pockets in search of the smartphone provided by the recording agency until 𝗵𝗃 tossed the discarded device straight onto her lap. You need to keep better track of your things, girlie. You're lucky I love you enough to know where you tossed it. 𝗵𝗃 blew a kiss to the brunette, who shuffled to the other side of the room to make a call. The sound of bottles popping open filled the room as Uraraka unlocked the smartphone to dial out. Ever since she was little, all she wanted to do was help people smile with the power of music, and now at the ripe age of 21, it was finally happening. The phone rang 3 times before the line picked up, and before a word could leave her mouth, her parents' voices blasted through the speaker. Achiko, we're so proud of you. We knew all along you could do it. Congrats, honey. Tell the other girls that we're proud of them too. Uraraka's mother sobbed over the line as her father tried to comfort his emotional wife. A hand cupped the bottom of the device to block out the sounds of glasses clinking together. While it was acceptable for a woman of her age to be drinking in the confines of the rented room, she tried to be respectful of the fact when on the phone with her parents. I hope you girls are proud of yourselves for getting to where you are now. I can't believe it's actually happened. I need to start calling the neighbors to let them know. Hold the phone, dear, I'm going to go let everyone know my daughter is a famous pop star. The whole neighborhood probably already knows if they watch the nightly news. Achiko chuckled as her father grumbled about disturbing the neighbors so late at night. We're proud of you, Achiko. and I know you're going to be doing great things in your career, but I want you to be safe doing so. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to have the record company send out some bodyguards when you go out, just in case something happens. I've read stories of pop stars having stalkers, and even in America, there were people killed by crazed fans. I'm sure everything will be fine, Dad. I'll ask them tomorrow in the meeting, but I need to go now. Mina is getting out of control with the champagne bottles. Alright, I love you, 𝐒𝐭𝐲𝐶𝐿. Have a good night. Love you too. Tell Mom I said good night and don't let her harass the neighbors too much about her famous daughter. The call ended, so 𝐒𝐭𝐲𝐶𝐿 skipped back towards the rowdy group of girls with shimmering eyes. It all seemed like a dream as she grabbed a flute of alcohol to toast with the other girls on their newfound success. There had been countless nights of unease as the pile of rejections grew on her kitchen counter, both minor and major studios alike dismissing them for their eclectic tastes and nicknames. The JPOP market was a fierce and highly competitive battlefield which often resulted in dirty tactics to eliminate the weaker competition. Persistence finally paid off when an up-and-coming recording studio finally accepted their application, and not even a week later they were signing the contracts. It was a little odd to have a hot-headed owner who liked to yell about, well, anything really, but 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐳 took it upon herself to be the spokesperson for the girls to avoid further conflicts. Hey, Mr. Boss is calling, so pipe down. Toru waved the illuminated phone as it spit out their #1 hit song, the music drowning out the cheerful clinks of glassware. Everyone gathered around to hear what the owner had to say, so the blonde tapped the green phone, followed with the speaker button. I said get that shit figured out by tonight. What part of a deadline don't you get? Seriously, what the hell am I paying you for? The angry screech filled the room, causing 5 out of the 6 women to clamp their hands over their delicate ears. Mina just grabbed the phone before putting the microphone right up against her lips, a tipsy grin tugging at crimson-painted lips. Boss man. Why do you always have to screech into the damn phone? Immediate cussing filled the line and the 𝗵𝗃𝗏 merely chortled with laughter before setting the phone down on the table to grasp her sides tightly. Toru smacked her upside the head lightly before leaning forward to grab another glass of alcohol. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐳 pursed her lips lightly while sipping on her drink. Fucking hell, Pinky, you're gonna make me deaf. Can't you tell I'm trying to work here? You ain't the only group I'm operating with, you know. I assume your call is to congratulate us, Mr. 𝗵𝗃𝗏? Jiro piped in after smacking a hand over Mina's incoherent blabbering mouth to hear him better. Not that she really needed to hear him better, considering the lower floors probably heard his obnoxious voice. Yeah, congrats on charting #1 and booking your first tour, but don't think the hard work is done and over with. JPOP is a highly competitive market that requires constant improvements like never before seen dances, outfits, personalities, music, whatever else. You all got lucky with Hero 2 and a handful of other songs, but watch the link I sent to your phones. You've got competition of the male variety who seem to be catching up to you pretty fast. Call themselves Twisted Sinners or some stupid shit like that, I don't care to see what their actual name is. They've got some good vocals and catchy songs written by former schoolmates of mine. Seems they're partnered with Phantom Records run by that asshole 𝗵𝗏𝗏. Phantom Records? Isn't that one of the major record companies in Japan? 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐳 asked while sharing a curious look with her friends, a habitual finger placed against her mouth. I thought they weren't taking anyone new in since the CEO's son took over a few months ago. I wonder if plans changed under the new ownership. So, when you say they're catching up, on a scale of 1 to 10, how worried do we need to be about being knocked out of the rankings? 'Cause I just got here, damn it, and I'm not giving it up for anyone. Mina slapped her hands on the table to emphasize her point to the already annoyed manager. At this point, probably out of 4 or 5 already. They're growing in popularity because they're all good-looking guys with the chords to match. While there are more men clamoring over all-female groups like yourselves, the women fight harder to help their male idols reach the tops of the charts in hopes of personal connections or some crap like that. Don't underestimate the hormones of a woman when they see a sexy shirtless man dancing and singing on a stage. Bakugo snorted at the ridiculousness before yelling at somebody in the background to shut up. So what's the next step? I've got some ideas that we can go over for tomorrow's meeting, or I can let you know now if you'd like. But knowing how you operate on a strict schedule, you'll want us to write everything down for the meeting tomorrow morning at 9. 𝐎𝐬𝐻𝐼𝐲 interjected once he was done berating a poor employee about his job and the now lack thereof. Jiro twirled her stretched earlobes with restless fingers while staring at the glowing phone screen. Katsuki Bakugo did a damned good job of whipping them into shape and putting them in the spotlight, but there was a certain lack of professionalism sometimes. It wasn't the first time they'd heard him fire a poor soul, and judging from the timid voice pleading not to be fired yet again, it was the same lackey as before. 9 in the morning, don't be late. You better not come in hungover again, Pinky, or I'm going to make you scrub every inch of my office if there's another vomiting incident. Oh come on, it was like one time. 3 times. Once in my office, once in the company SUV, once right before your big interview with talk show host, Midnight. Do you know how embarrassing that was for the company? It's hard enough trying to make it in a dog-eat-dog world and you barge in with your drinking problems. If I smell even a hint of alcohol on you tomorrow, you're banned from touring. That's not fair. I'm a young woman in the prime of my life as a pop star, so I'm allowed to let loose. Not when you're being represented by my company. I'm dead serious, Ashido, lose the booze or lose the tour. Your choice. We'll make sure she doesn't have any more for the evening and all of us will see you in the morning, sir. 𝐎𝐬𝐻𝐼𝐲 regained control of the escalating situation with a soothing voice to ease the frayed nerves on both ends. Toru immediately yanked the champagne bottles from Mina's grasp while Azui, Ochiko, and Jiro shifted to clean up and store any remnant bottles. Bakugo grumbled about the hassles of dealing with women before ending the call. Come on, let's get you a cold shower, then put you to bed. We worked so hard to get that tour, Mina, let's not waste a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity over some temporary fun. He is right, girl, you kinda do have a drinking problem sometimes, and I'd hate for the bad publicity to get out. It's taken a long time to get to where we are now, so let's do our best to keep moving forward, okay? Jiro encouraged with a tugging of the Pinkette's arm to get her slouched, pouting form moving towards the bathroom. 𝐎𝐬𝐻𝐼𝐲 grabbed the other side and the trio made for the bathroom while the remaining 3 cleaned up for the evening. It wasn't super late, around 8, but it had been a long day of meetings, paperwork, approving costumes changes for the tour dates. Honestly, the more Ochiko thought about it, the sleepier she got. Is it me, or has it been a long day? Toru asked once the sound of the shower echoed into the living room. She finished drying her hands off before tossing the paper towel into the trash can resting on the edge of the kitchen island. There's been a lot of running around these past few weeks with fan meetings and tour plannings that I think I've forgotten to eat a few times, Ochiko admitted with a ruffling of chestnut locks. Mealtimes were her favorite times of day, yet with how hectic things were being JPOP stars, it seemed her mind and stomach forgot to eat a handful of times. Psu nodded in agreement. Being observant as ever, she'd noticed how her best friend since childhood had gotten too frazzled to remember to eat, and even though she tried her best to remind her, Ochiko often had spacey moments. Right? I think what we need is a good, long night of sleep, that way we're ready and energized for that big meeting in the morning. It's the one going over the tours? Yes. They want to get the dates, cities, and event centers lined up and set so they can start preparing. There's only 4.5 weeks until the first live performance in Tokyo, so it's a lot to do. Not to mention any costume changes, accommodations, transportation, food, security, merchandise orders. It's no wonder Bakugo is always so angry. I'd be stressed too if I had to deal with all of the hectic parts of sponsoring a JPOP group. Not sure he's even taken a day off since we joined 6 months ago. 𝐎𝐬𝐻𝐼𝐲 reappeared to help finish the clearing while Jiro shuffled around the kitchen to find some cleaning supplies. He said he's running other groups, but he never did say who. I've never seen anyone else at his office apart from a few staff members and sometimes a food delivery company. Maybe he just doesn't have many friends. Toru guessed, though no one else really seemed to agree with the statement. The shower turned off shortly after the living room was cleaned up and the girls were preparing for bed. Mina trudged back over to her bed with a pout before jumping and flopping loudly onto the covers. "Better?" 𝐎𝐩𝐲𝐽 asked. "I guess. Took all of the fun out my night though. Some good sleep will have you ready to go in the morning. Let's get to bed so we can wake up on time for the big meeting." "Good night, girls." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 happily bounced under the covers to cocoon herself in the softness of the sheets. Mina, Toru, 𝐎𝐩𝐲𝐽, and Jiro all shared a devious glance. One by one they crept up on the unsuspecting burrito before launching themselves into a massive dog pile on the brunette, who squeaked in surprise. But we love you, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, so play with us a little while longer. Don't be so stiff like 𝗵𝗲𝗄 over there." Mina latched on tightly to the squirming lump to keep her still while the other girls dove in for the kill. 𝗎𝗭𝐴 begged for mercy as they tickled her relentlessly for minutes on end until she cried uncle. "Ladies, let's remember we are in a hotel, so we should be a bit more respectful of those trying to sleep around us." 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐼𝐧𝐼 pointed out once the noise died down a bit. The pile of girls splayed out on the large bed, breathing heavily. "Yes, ma'am. You heard the boss lady, get your butts to bed." Toru saluted, then skipped away towards her bed on the opposite side of the room. One by one, they slowly headed to their respective beds for some hard-earned sleep. "Night," Jiro called out from her bed across from 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐼𝐧𝐼. "Sweet dreams, everyone," said 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐼𝐧𝐼, who quickly shifted under the covers before turning off the bedside lamp. "Don't let those bedbugs bite," Toru loudly whispered. "Wait, those things are real?" Mina asked incredulously, stopping halfway to getting under the covers. "You're joking, right?" Sleep," 𝗎𝗭𝐴 mumbled into the soft pillow. "Good night." 𝐎𝐻𝐲𝐽 waved from her spot next to Toru's bed. All was silent for a few minutes as the group settled into their beds for the evening. The only sound filtering through the room was the air conditioner running softly until a certain pink-haired woman turned on a lamp. "You were joking about the bugs, right? Go to bed, Mina. I'm surprised you aren't even that hungover, Pinky." Bakugo grinned tauntingly as he opened the door for the group to enter his personal office, the pinkette merely sticking her tongue out before chugging more of her coffee. They'd arrived a little early, but he preferred it that way since his days were usually jam-packed with calls, meetings, and recording sessions. 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐼𝐧𝐼 was efficient in getting the rest of the girls moving, so that took some of the stress off, yet sometimes it was a hassle dealing with the pop stars and their diversities. "Maybe my threats are finally getting through all that hair dye. Just know I didn't do it for you, booty, did it for myself because I treat my body like a temple." Mina lowered her sunglasses ever so slightly to notch a brow at her manager, the two having an intense stare down. "Says the girl who scarfed down a handful of pastries this morning because she was a little hungover," Toru loudly said behind her hand. A purr swatted at her, but she deftly dodged it to hide behind Jiro as Mina huffed indignantly. "Let's just get this meeting started so we can get on with the day. There's a lot of stuff to do and not a lot of time to get it done." Jiro sighed while motioning for everyone to take their seats. Everyone settled after a minute, so Bakugo stood at the head of the table with his laptop and projector at the ready. The screen displayed the 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲 monthly schedule, with bulletin points under every day that had multiple events booked. Color coordination ensured the distinct differences in the events and times, in case they got confused. He could thank Mina and Toru for that extra bit of work. "This is your schedule for the next month, and it includes the times, dates, locations of your events. Everything should be set for your upcoming tour, but if you've got costume changes, make them now. 𝗬𝗏𝗵 normally needs at least a few weeks to redesign then produce them, though apparently she's taken on some apprentices so it could be faster. That doesn't mean submit your requests at the last minute. Mina. You know, I don't appreciate being targeted like this, boss man. I'm a celebrity now, and should have the utmost respect from my employer, who gets a hefty cut of our income." Mina pointed a delicately painted fingernail at the suited spiky-haired blonde staring her down with his arms crossed over his chest. Bakugo sighed heavily while running a hand down his face. It was too early in the morning for this bullshit. May I remind you that no one else would take in such a newbie JPOP group who had no manager, rough organization, barely a penny to their name and a partying, out-of-control drummer with the attitude of a sour pickle. So, remind me again who should have the utmost respect? Fine. You get this round. Don't get too cocky, because I'll leverage those odds in my favor next time. Mina caved, before leaning over to fist bump her manager, the two sporting challenging smiles. Ever since they met, it was always a pissing contest over who was right, yet so far, Bakugo always led the scoreboard. Not for the lack of trying on Mina's part, it was just the blonde always seemed to gain the upper hand when it came to arguments. I was actually thinking we could get some special outfits made for the opening show, something to make us really stand out instead of the two-piece cheer uniforms we'd been wearing. The orange and white is cute and all, but if we're doing our debut to all of Japan and the world, then we each need some personalization to stand out. Oh. What if we each did outfits that match our personal styles? Jiro seems the black leather jacket and combat boot type. Yamamo would look fantastic in something red with some gold that's a bit revealing. Tsu would be great in black and green that had a hint of cream. Ochiko would be adorable in pink with some white and maybe a smidge of black. Mina could do something purple or printed like a halter neck and short skirt so she can kick out those killer moves. I would want something that makes me sparkle like a disco ball. Shimmery material, sequins, and even some jazzed out gloves or boots. Focus, Hagakure, we've only got an hour to go over the important stuff. Swing by 𝗧𝗵𝗲's office today to get rough designs of what you want. Bakugo slammed his hand down on the desk hard enough to slosh his coffee violently in his mug. Actually, Mr. Bakugo, Ochiko started unsurely with a hand meekly raised. She waited until he raised a brow, before continuing. I was wondering what security would be like. My dad brought up some concerns about fans stalking their idols, and since we're trending #1 and going to be performing in front of hundreds, I figured I would ask. I've got a buddy who runs a private security company not too far from here. He's going to cover the event centers and even have some guys escort you through your schedules from now on. All bases have been covered, cheeks, so just stick to your singing and dancing gig, but there was also a reason you 6 came in through the back door instead of the front today. A horde of your fans is currently blocking the main entrance, because it somehow slipped that you would be here. Not entirely surprising with your recent rise in fame, yet nonetheless annoying as hell. Kirishima will be here shortly to disperse the fans so you can continue on with your day. Shouldn't we at least greet them? They're part of the reason for our success, Azui piped in with the others immediately agreeing. Your schedules are strictly set to maximize productivity. I didn't spend hours organizing your calendar just for you to do whatever you please, because of a few people who adore you. You're going to have to sacrifice some downtime if you want to go out into that throng of fanboys and tween girls, because I can guarantee it's going to take more than a few minutes with the sheer amount of people plugging up my business. Katsuki felt his eyebrow twitching when they continued to insist, his patience on the very last thread after one of his other groups failed to submit their schedules on time for approval. 𝐎𝐩𝐼𝐳 actually had some common sense to put Yaoyorozu in charge, considering she kept every aspect of her life to a strict schedule. A few minutes won't hurt, Bakubro, since your cavalry has arrived. A tall, well-built newcomer leaned against the doorframe with a crooked pearly grin and unnaturally spiked red hair. A pitch-black suit and button-up complemented the stark color difference along with matching shades that dropped to reveal piercing red eyes. A small scar jutted out over his right eye, adding to the mysterious appearance. Mina latched onto Toru as the man entered casually with hands shoved into his pockets, shaking her arm all the while looking him over top to bottom. Holy shit, he's hot. I call dibs on that one. You can't call dibs on someone you don't know. Jiro pointed out with a smirk, knowing exactly what was about to happen next. The spark ignited in Mina's golden eyes, and before Yaoyorozu could restrain the unruly woman, her chair screeched backwards against the tiled floor. Bet? What's your name? Mina jumped from her seat with hands planted firmly against the table as she stared down the newcomer. The man removed his sunglasses completely, resting them just inside of his maroon shirt pocket, then turned to fully look at the boisterous woman. She certainly was different than the other clients he'd guarded over the years. Unruly pink hair, confident demeanor, purple leopard printed tube top and mini jean skirt with oversized sunglasses resting on thick, wild locks. Definitely the unruly one of the JPOP group, as the other 5 immediately covered their faces out of pure embarrassment. 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐽 at your service, ma'am. I call dibs on 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Mina crowed to the rest of her bandmates, before plopping back down into her seat, with a gleeful cackle. Bakugo pinched between his brows, tightly with a sigh. There was no controlling that woman, no matter how hard he tried. Luckily, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 knew how to handle the unruly ones, seeing as he acted fairly similar sometimes. Idiots in a pod flocked together. Nice of you to show up late, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. When I say 9 in the morning, I mean exactly at 9. Where are the rest of your guys? Standing guard on all exits and in the parking lot awaiting orders. And I'm only like 5 minutes late because they closed off the usual route for construction. Seriously, who does construction at 9 in the morning on a Monday? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 held out his fist for Bakugo to tap and almost begrudgingly the blonde accepted it. Who else did you bring? I've got 𝗧𝗏𝗏, 𝗎𝗪𝗏, and 𝗵𝗏𝗏 with my usual drivers. Midoriya is almost done with his current contract with Shield Laboratories, but I have him scheduled to meet up with us tonight at the dinner party. I told him to give you a call when he's arrived. Todoroki is away for family business, though he said he'll be back in time as well. Figured 4 of us was enough to protect some beautiful pop stars for the time. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 winked in the girls' directions, which had most of them flustering at the compliment. Mina nearly melted right out of her chair if it weren't for Toru and Azui yanking her back upright. Quit flirting with my clients. Bakugo snapped with a heavy hand upside his friend's head, the redhead merely shrugging with a laugh. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ijiro 𝗧𝗵𝗲. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, and next to me is Kyokujiro, Ochiko Uraraka, Toru Hagakure, Mina Ishido, and Azui Tsuyu. We look forward to working with you. Yaoyorozu politely introduced herself and the rest of the group, who all stood to bow. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 returned the gesture before taking up a place against the wall, motioning for Bakugo to continue his meeting without further interruptions. Finally. Let's go over your schedule for today to start with. At 10:15 you have a meet and greet downtown at the Beanery coffee shop that should last less than an hour. Lunch from 11 to noon. Then you have a rehearsal from 1 until 3. At 3:30 you'll meet up with Mr. Ishiyama to confirm the merchandise orders for the first tour. After you get a feel for how the shows go, then you can alter the supply and demand. If you want to get with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 today, then I suggest going right after your visit with Mr. Ishiyama, because at 6:30 you'll need to be ready for a private dinner and event with Hisashi Yamada, who is the coordinator maintaining the arenas for your shows. You're expected to be dressed formally for the dinner, and if I see you're not looking appropriate, then I'm sending you home to change. This is a major private event with select newspapers and photographers allowed, so I want you on your best behaviors. I have a few things to deal with here before I can join the route, but 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and his team have memorized the schedule to ensure everything is efficient. Questions? Are you single, 𝗧𝗵𝗲? Mina asked flirtatiously with her head resting between her palms, a dreamy look in her eyes. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 felt a little embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his head nervously, unsure of the best way to respond to the sudden question. Mainly he dealt with the million and billionaire kids who had stuck-up attitudes and horrible flirting skills, especially the blonde ones aged around 18 who tried every tactic to get his attention. Somehow this time felt a little different. Come on, Mina, you need to focus. Quit drooling over the hot bodyguard and pay attention before Bakugo loses his mind. Toru urgently shook the oblivious pink-haired woman rather harshly until golden eyes narrowed on the blonde. Ochiko giggled behind her hands, while Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Azui just shook their heads, albeit with smiles. She fell for more handsome men than they could count, and this was just another one for the books. At this point, nothing is going to get done in this meeting. Half an hour's been wasted, so go ahead and deal with your little fans causing a traffic jam out front. At least one of you has the schedule down. I'm entrusting you to keep everyone in line, Yaoyorozu. Bakugo sighed in defeat with a punch of the projector power button and closing of his laptop screen. Yes, sir. I will make sure the rest of the girls remain diligent with the schedule. Thank you for your time today, Mr. Bakugo. The raven-haired leader bowed as she packed up her carefully laid-out notebook and scheduler, the others following suit before filing from the room. Kirishima brought up the rear of the group with a quick salute to his friend. Outside was chaos. Fans tried to swarm the pop stars with their outstretched hands and notebooks for signatures. All six spread out to better manage the surge, while security kept things orderly with their arms stretched out as barriers. Kirishima stuck himself between Mina and Toru, much to the former's absolute delight, while a man named Kaminari covered Yaoyorozu and Jiro. A third guard, Ojiro, protected Ochako and Azui from a few overzealous fanboys. They signed autographs as fast as they could to give others the chance to greet them, shaking hands and taking a moment to thank the people for their dedication. You're the cutest out of them all, Ochako. I've loved you ever since I laid eyes on you, so will you marry me? A nearly middle-aged man pleaded as he dropped to one knee and opened up a ring box to reveal a large diamond nesting within. The brunette startled at the sudden proposal, but quickly tried to regain composure. It was a first for her, yet the sincerity of his words touched her heart and she couldn't coldly dismiss it. She stopped just 2 feet from him and with an apologetic smile, bowed deeply, to reject his offer. A handful of people took out their phones to start recording the interaction, much to her embarrassment. I'm sorry, I can't accept. Such a generous and kind offer from you. I hope you will understand. Ochako waited a minute before slowly standing tall once more. The man had tears in his eyes, and before the brunette could say a word, he took off through the throng of fans crying. She began raising her hand to call out to him, but the words died off as the cameras turned back to her. He never even gave his name, so trying to call him back and apologize was pointless. Don't worry, Ochako, you did the best that you could. Psu took a break from signing a poster of herself to comfort her upset friend. I just didn't realize some fans had such devotion. You'd be surprised the lengths some fans go to, Miss Uraraka. I've been in this business for a few years now, and I've seen everything in the book, plus some. There's usually a few who try to propose with every new idol group, but they're never accepted. He honestly looks like one I've seen at nearly every JPOP event I provided security for, so it's no surprise he's here. Ojiro spoke lowly as she tried to recompose herself, an understanding look in his eyes, and an apologetic smile. I just feel bad for him, sorry, I didn't catch your name? Masahiro Ojiro, a pleasure to meet you. I'll be one of your accompanying bodyguards for the foreseeable future. Ojiro flashed a brief smile before effortlessly holding back a tween from sneaking underneath his arm barrier, the girl sending a dirty look at him before shifting her attention to a different member of the group. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ojiro. I appreciate your hard work in keeping us safe. Uraraka beamed, then tried her best to return her attention to the yearning fans calling out. Dozens of autographs later and her hand was beginning to cramp. She'd never seen this many adoring fans at once, so it became a bit overwhelming after a few minutes. The other girls seemed to be growing weary as well. We've got to get going, ladies. Bakugo set a strict schedule for you all, and if we don't leave in the next 2 minutes, we're all going to get an earful. After you, Miss Ishido and Miss Hagakure. Kirishima announced with a sweeping arm, pointing towards the currently barricaded parking lot beside the agency. As they began shifting away, the fans tried to push past the bulky guards to reach their idols, names being called louder to regain the pop star's attention. The fourth bodyguard held back the surging crowd that tried to sneak past the parking lot barrier, while the JPOP group was ushered behind him. 3 blacked-out SUVs were lined up with the drivers awaiting by the open doors. Kirishima split them up with their respective guards, before signaling Sato to load up in the last vehicle after they'd cleared the crowd. Paparazzi emerged from the shadows like roaches to catch a glimpse of the celebrities, camera flashes shuttering faster than they could blink away the spots. Through the heavily tinted window, Ochako watched as fans cheered and waved goodbye to their idols, posters of herself flapping in the air. They were normally advised to keep the windows shut in case someone tried to enter the vehicle and harm them, but a finger pressed down on the window regardless. She waved to the crowd with excitement buzzing in her veins. Thank you all for your continued support, it means a lot to us. I hope you'll come to our live show in Tokyo next month so I can see you all again. Thank you. We love you, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. You look great today, 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐽. Mina and Toru are my inspirations. Thank you. 𝗔𝗂 is so cool. Stop selling your bodies for fame and fortune. Get real jobs. 𝐎𝐩𝐢𝐳 is so sweet and kind, that's why she's my favorite. You're nothing more than money-seeking attention. 𝗧𝗪𝗓 had rolled up the window from the front seat before the sour woman could finish her sentence. No crowd of fans was complete without a few people ruining the hard work and success of those who sacrificed everything to reach the top. Sorry about that, ladies, I didn't realize we had a sour grape in the patch. It's alright, 𝗧𝗪𝗓, thank you for thinking of us though. I know not everyone is supportive of what we do, but I still try to make the best of the situation at hand. It can be discouraging at times. Sue spoke after a quick swig of water. But look at how many people we've reached, 𝗧𝗏 pointed out as the vehicles turned onto the main street, the crowd slowly dispersing back to reality. There had to be at least 50 people all waiting to see their idols in the flesh. Some of them probably even took a day off work or school to show up just for a glance and autographs. These people showed up in support of us because we made an impact in their lives. They've taken precious time out of their days to see the 6 women who undoubtedly made their day, if not life. I sometimes check the comments under our social media, and I've read stories that some people were in the depths of despair until they heard one of our songs. Our music has literally saved lives. People may not agree with what we've done, but I fully stand behind the forming of 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 because we've made a difference in lives. That was beautifully said, Miss 𝗎𝗏𝗏. 𝗧𝗪𝗓 remarked. _B__. I'm starved. What's for lunch, girls? Toru asked with a big stretch above her head, the blonde releasing a satisfied sigh when her back popped audibly. Their meet and greet had gone by so quickly that it felt like they'd just sat down minutes ago. Less people showed up to this event though it was through a limited reservation only as part of the coffee shop's guidelines. If they had too many people crowding the tables, then business would be heavily impacted. This way they got some more business while operating as normal. I don't know what I want today. I'm not particularly hungry, but I could go for a light meal. 𝗎𝗎𝗓 supplied with a shifting of her purse to a different position on her shoulder. There's a great place not too far from here if you girls don't mind more of a hole-in-the-wall place than a chain. They've got the best mix and match options that you cook right at your table with tons of vegetables. Yakiniku is generally my go-to if I don't want something super heavy, but more than a snack. There's also a great sweet shop a few doors down that has better desserts than I can make. Sato suggested while holding open the coffee shop door for the group to exit. Let's do that. What do you say, girls? Toru clasped her hands together excitedly, pleading eyes batting mascaraed lashes in hopes of winning them over. Then we can hit up that sweet shop. Sounds good to me, 𝗔𝗪𝗓 shrugged, 𝗎𝗎𝗓 nodding her head in agreement with her friend. I hope they have some fish options as well. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 hoped. As long as it's cheap, I don't care where we eat. 𝗧𝗏𝗃 clasped her hands together excitedly. Money had been a touchy subject growing up with her parents working themselves ragged to provide for the family, so every time she had to spend money it was always the cheapest option. You know the company covers the meals, 𝗧𝗏𝗃, there's no need to be stingy with the money. We gotta send Daddy Bakugo all of our expenses. If that includes a giant shopping spree for new outfits, fancy dining, or private jet rides, then so be it. Mina pumped her fists into the air enthusiastically at the thought of stressing Bakugo out with heavy expenses. Granted they were partially covered by their steadily climbing income, but still. By the end of the year, she hoped to have his blonde hair turned gray from stress. Daddy Bakugo? Does he know you call him that? Kirishima. stifled his laugh when the 𝗵𝗃 rounded on him with fists on her hips. Her stern stare soon turned mischievous when she winked before skipping ahead of the rest of the girls, Kaminari and Ojiro altering their positions to cover more of the front. If he hears you call him that. Oh, I know he'll go apeshit over it, which is why I'm now plotting on finding the perfect opportunity to call him that. You two seem to be close, want in on it? Don't fall for it, Kirishima-Mina likes to grate on his nerves. It's something they've done since we joined Dynamite Records 6 months ago. Those two have argued some way or another every chance they got. They're at the point where Mina is trying to even the score against him, but she lost again today, so now it's about 187-0. Jiro easily brushed off the slipped finger thrown her way with a shrug. If Mina was going to go after the attractive bodyguard, then she was going to have her fun with it. I've known Bakugo for a long time, so I understand how explosive his personality can be. Alright, why not? Get me in on this deal, Miss Ishido. I think he can do with some insults himself every now and then. Kirishima agreed easily, much to the girl's surprise. With a whoop whoop, Mina skipped back to him before holding her hands up for a double high five. The redhead obliged, and the two fell into sync while chatting about how to get him back. Wow. I don't know how to feel about this. My best friend is betraying me for some hot bodyguard we just met. My heart can't take this pain. Toru feigned pain with a hand to her heart. Ochiko and Azui shared a glance before taking either arm of the blonde, holding on to her tightly. Don't worry, you've got better friends who won't abandon you for some fancily dressed, spiky-haired bodyguard. You'll always have us, Toru. Ochiko giggled before pulling the blonde towards the distracted Mina with Azui easily keeping speed for surprise attack. Just a second away from disaster, Mina glanced back to see what the commotion was about and shrieked when the three girls latched onto her, then took off down the sidewalk to separate the two. Target acquired. Jiro, Yamamoto, bring up the rear in case she escapes. Azui called out as the trio struggled to keep the 𝗵𝗃 under control. The two remaining members merely chuckled before picking up their speed to enclose their circle. Kirishima shook his head before motioning to the other three guards to hang back a little bit. This area wasn't a heavy crime area, or even really a busy one this time of day, so he wasn't as concerned about guarding them every step of the way. We're turning right at the corner, then stopping 3 shops down. Sato called out to ensure the women didn't go the wrong direction. Jiro flashed him a thumbs up, then relayed the information to the others. Kaminari matched his stride while keeping an eye on the punk rock girl, sunglasses tipped just the slightest bit down so he could get a better view. She's kinda cute, don't ya think? Definitely feeling that punk rock musician vibe from Miss Jiro. No flirting with the clients. Kirishima relayed Bakugo's words, much to Kaminari's dismay. Could say the same thing about you, bro. 5 minutes in and already getting close to her. Ojiro pointed out, the other two eagerly nodding their agreements. The redhead waved off their remarks with a huff. They were acting like it was high school all over again, giving him shit on which girls were flirting with him for fun and which ones he should try dating. Just because we have a friend in common doesn't mean I'm flirting with her. And I'm getting close because I'm their bodyguard like you all are supposed to be. Who's supposed to be up there with them? Ojiro's turn. I got stuck with parking lot duty while you three played chaperone. Plus we shouldn't stick Kaminari up there because he's going to try his stupid electrical pickup lines, which, by the way, don't work. Any girl you've said them to literally left the room to get away from you. Sato snorted when the smaller man whacked him as hard as he could in the shoulder, only succeeding in bruising his fist. He took his physical strength seriously, despite his baking and sweets addiction. 6 days a week at the gym for at least a few hours to maintain his nearly hulking form. A lot of higher-end celebrities and wealthy people often hired him for his personal protective services due to the sheer intimidation factor. We wouldn't, Kaminari saying, I don't usually like being shocked, but when I saw you I was almost knocked off my feet. The boys snickered when Kaminari made to flip them the bird until he got caught up on his own feet and stumbled before catching himself against a signpost. Ojiro caught up with the women just before they rounded the corner and escorted them to the restaurant. The drivers that had been following alongside the group picked up the speed to find parking spots nearby. Generally they just sat on the side of the street while 𝐒𝐴 did their thing, yet this area was known to have horrible parking, so they had to move ahead to park. The small 𝗵𝗃 ear buzzed with a location once the 3 vehicles had found parking, and he relayed the confirmation. Kaminari drew the short stick, so he had to wait outside to deter any paparazzi or fans attempting to sneak into the hole-in-the-wall restaurant. Lunch went smoothly until Ojiro noticed the host speaking secretively into the restaurant's landline, her eyes widening in surprise as the blonde martial artist stared her down just before she slammed the phone down on the receiver. "Looks like we got a leaker. Let's get out of here before the paparazzi show up again. We'll have to put the sweets shop on hold until next time. I swear, they've been hounding us more and more ever since we topped the charts. All they want are bad photos of us so they can plaster it across the front page. It's disgusting." Jiro rummaged around in her small backpack for her wallet to leave a tip for the server, lips pursed out of frustration when she couldn't dig it out fast enough to avoid the photography vultures. Before any of the other girls could pull out some bills, Kurashima slapped 100 down in addition to the bill amount on the edge of the table. "Dang, you always carry that much money on you, Kurashima?" "Normally no, but Bakugo handed me a good stack to cover food and tips for the day. As much as I hate to admit it, even though he's got some attitude problems, he knows how to take care of his people." "Sato, you've got our orders ready? Just need to grab it from the counter and then we're good." The hulking man shot a thumbs up, then headed to the front desk to grab it. "The cars should be pulling up now, so when you're ready ladies, we'll get you loaded up. Next is your 2-hour session back at the studio, and from that point on Bakugo should be joining us for the rest of the schedule. He had some stuff to wrap up with one of his other clients." Kurashima and Ojiro helped them up one by one before falling in line to act as a buffer for overzealous fans hoping for a touch. Kaminari held the shop door open with his foot since his arm was spread out to stop some curious bystanders from running into the women. A few noticed who they were and instantly scrambled for their phones for pictures. Since Sato hadn't received the order yet, the group decided to do a few photos and autographs for the eager fans. A blonde girl with twin messy buns stood just towards the back of the crowd with shimmering, awestruck eyes and flushed cheeks. Achiko felt someone staring, so she looked around until the source was found, auburn locking onto golden for a few intense seconds. The girl made no effort to engage with them or even move in closer, so it was a little odd that she was just standing there and staring, yet the brunette made sure to acknowledge her presence with a smile and wave before being ushered into the SUV once more. Azui slid in after with Ojiro firmly shutting the door before moving to get into his seat. Sato emerged from the restaurant with 3 bags of food and quickly jumped into the first vehicle instead of the last one. All 3 SUVs pulled away from the curb with the studio as their destination. Achiko glanced back to see if the girl was still there, but there was no sign of her. _B_. No. I told you to really enunciate the hero part to bring it some bite. Try again from the beginning and make sure you really hit those beginning words. Adjust your mic upwards a bit, cheeks, it's got a faulty cable and it's not picking up that well. The rest of you keep playing as you did." Bakugo ordered through the microphone in between bites of takeout, the boys all sitting in the recording booth chowing down on their well-deserved meals. It took the girls a minute to readjust to the changes, but as soon as they were ready, he tapped the record button once more. "What am I to be? What is my calling? I gave up giving up, I'm ready to go. The future's left unseen, it all depends on me. Put it on the line to follow my dream, yeah. Tried all my life. I tried to find something that makes me hold on and never let go. Oh. Hero too. I am a hero too. My heart is set. And I won't back down. Hero too, strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes, stand up for what they believe. So wait and see. What do they think of me? Who do they think I'll be? I could not care less, I don't want to know. Am I doing right? Am I satisfied? I wanna live my life like it's meant to be. Yeah. Tried all my life. I've tried to find something that makes me hold on and never let go. Oh. Hero too, I am a hero too. My heart is set, and I won't back down. Hero too, strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes, stand up for what they believe. So wait and see. People will judge for no reason at all. Yeah, they might try to say your dream's dumb, don't listen. They may look down on me and count me out. I'm going my own way. They may look down on me and count me out. I'm a hero, I've got music. Hero too, I am a hero too. My heart is set and I won't back down. Hero too, strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes stand up for what they believe, yeah, I'll be. Hero too, I am a hero too. My heart is set, and I won't back down. Hero too, strength doesn't make a hero. True heroes, stand up for what they believe. So wait and see. I have met so many heroes in my life. Gave me the strength and courage to survive. Gave me the power to smile every day. Now it's my turn to be the one to make you smile. Make sure to keep that bridge soft, earphone, but hit those first letters with a bit of a bite. Keep it mellow and slower until you hit they look down on me, then pick it up with a higher pitch each line. Good. Minor tweaks, but not terrible today. The microphone cheeks isn't working too well, but the replacement doesn't come in for another few days, so we'll do another run then. Any questions or complaints? Other than complaining about your attitude, 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗁? Mina purred into her microphone resting by her drum set and about lost it when 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 choked on his 𝐿 noodles, the recording booth silently exploding into chaos as the boys laughed so hard they fell off the couches. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 hastily wiped the remnants from his face, before slamming a finger down on the talk button to yell at the room of cackling girls. Fuck, don't ever say that again, that's just wrong on so many levels. But fine, you get that one, Pinky, don't ever say I don't give you shit. Jesus, what's wrong with you? Thanks, 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗀𝗁. Quit calling me that. Maybe that went a little too far. Mina, Yaoyorozu composed herself a bit more with a handkerchief to her face before shifting her attention to the keyboard resting at her waist. Jiro carefully set her guitar back in its holder, swiping the back of her hand against her forehead to remove the built-up sweat. It was hard work trying to strum and sing, but a childhood of musician parents seemed to be the magic trick. Azui and Toru set their guitars down while Ochako picked up Mina's discarded drumsticks to set them back on the set. She was never any good at instruments, so she mainly stuck to vocals and dancing. I'll admit it was an unexpected one, but now he's going to be agitated more than ever. Good job with the low main though, Mina accepted the fist bump excitedly, jumping from person to person accepting their high fives or fist bumps before pressing herself against the booth glass. That's for insulting me about being hungover this morning. Hope you enjoyed that low main while you had the chance. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 slammed his middle finger against the window, causing the pinkette to crack up once more, delicate arms wrapping around her waist as she dropped to the floor to roll around. Kirishima wiped the tears from his eyes while pushing himself back onto the couch with aching sides. Damn, that was better than he expected. That Spitfire sure knew how to get to the root of 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁's nerves, better than he ever could. That meal is coming out of your paycheck. _B_. You ladies need to pick out 3 different designs to represent 𝐎𝐴 for the upcoming tour. Mr. Ishiyama based these samples on how you represent the band as a group and as individuals. Figure out which ones you want while I take care of the financial aspect of this visit. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗁 pointed down at the aged wooden table lined with 10 samples of poster styles before heading off to find the man himself. Immediate debates began over the fonts, colors, backgrounds, and even the amount of each poster. $20? Isn't that a bit ridiculous for a piece of laminated paper? Toru asked while holding up one to see it better. The plain white background was from a photo shoot done a few months into their partnership with Dynamite Records. They wore varying black and white outfits that seemed to reflect a mix of punk rock and modern Victorian. Each girl was posed in a different manner, herself on the far left wearing a black high-waisted thick ruffle skirt, black tights, and white sleeveless button-up with arms up and body in a forward-moving stance. 𝗔𝗫 beside her in a casual backwards lean, with a hand on one hip and the other slouched back, a small hat angled crookedly on black locks. Mina stood out in her black stitched, white strapless mini dress, black boa around her neck and matching thigh-high boots with a forward lean on the stool. 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐳 had her shoulders back and right hand pressing against her stomach just above the seam of her ruffled skirt, the halter top dipping into a deep V with sheer lace covering the exposed flesh. 𝐎𝐻𝐢 wore a sleeveless black dress with a white button-up collar and bow, complemented by two large poofy arm covers. 𝗬𝐻𝐿 wore a sleeveless, white ruffled collared dress with a black bralette underneath and a pink choker. All had a pink lilies adorning their body in one way or another to represent beauty and virtue. Or so the photographer said. Toru couldn't exactly remember why they wore them. The amount of work that goes into these prints can definitely add up cost-wise, especially with the laminated paper. I've seen other JPOP groups sell their posters for at least 35 and up. 20 may seem a little steep, but factor all of the electricity, machine wear and tear, cost of supplies, time. Kaminari chimed in as he also looked over the posters, a hand against his chin in thought. He grabbed one up that displayed the band in all cheerleader outfits to appreciate it closer before 𝗔𝗫 snatched it right back with a dirty look aimed at his perverted face. I trust what Mr. Ishiyama prices the products out since he does the work of quite a few other bands like Phoenix Plight, Shadow 6, Real Steeled, and I think even Heavenly Ray before they disbanded due to ongoing conflicts with their signing agency. 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐳 listed some of Mr. Ishiyama's clients on her fingers. Heavenly Ray? As in the former top charting Heavenly Ray? They consecutively ranked number 1 for over 3 years. No other JPOP group could knock them down, no matter how hard they tried. They're one of the reasons I became a pop star. Mina excitedly flapped the posters grasped in both hands, an awestruck gleam in her golden eyes. 𝗔𝗫 carefully plucked the posters from her grasp before laying them back out on the table. Mr. Ishiyama, did you seriously do work for Heavenly Ray? Mr. Ishiyama broke from the conversation with Bakugo to blink at her curiously, a calloused hand coming to rest against his scratchy beard while he searched his memories. Heavenly Ray? Oh, you're talking about that infamous girl group from a few years ago. I did their posters and memorabilia, sure. May still have some of their merchandise they paid for but never picked up. Please show me. There she goes on another Heavenly Ray stunt again. 𝗔𝗫 sighed when the pinkette bounced after the fast-moving man. It took her nearly 3 weeks to get over their disband before she moved on to something else, and now that it was brought up again. Forgive me, 𝗔𝗫, I didn't mean to bring up the forbidden word. 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐳 apologized with palms pressed together. I'm not watching over her again, remember what happened last time? 𝗬𝗏𝐻𝐢 pressed a finger against the tip of her nose as did 𝐻𝐻𝐢. Oh yeah. That was a lot of cleaning up, I'm not doing it either. Toru slapped a finger to her nose, leaving just the 2 black-haired members to deal with the star-obsessed pinkette. 𝗔𝗫 smiled apologetically at 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐳 before following suit. I'll take responsibility for it since I started it. 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐳 raised a hand up in shame, head dropped low in defeat. There was no escaping the rampage of a starstruck young woman with the mindset of a brick wall. Haven't you picked your posters yet? We ain't got all day, especially if you need to swing by 𝗧𝗵𝗲's place. Bakugo barked from the opposite of the studio, and the group quickly went back to picking out 3 poster styles. Kirishima let out a sigh. The man was practically a slave driver on his clients, but it always seemed to work out in the end, he supposed. Don't you think you're being too hard on those girls? I mean, we've still got plenty of time until that dinner tonight. They'd have at least an hour and a half with Miss 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to go over costume ideas. The blonde sighed heavily with a finger pinching the bridge of his nose. It was almost a reactive gesture that happened when he was tired of people's talking. You idiot, do you realize how long it takes women to get ready for a formal dinner? At least an hour. Given the fact that we're barely on schedule now with the added stop means they would have to start getting ready no later than 4:30. Dinner is at 6:30, if it takes them an hour and a half to get ready plus an addition 15 to 20 minutes to get to the restaurant depending on traffic, which will most likely be heavy since it's when people get off work. They've got another 15 minutes here before we have to leave. Sure thing, Daddy Bakugo. I will fucking kill you, Kirishima. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stared at herself in the mirror a bit unsurely while twirling the excess fabric back and forth to get a good feel for it. Handsome was the definition of overboard when it came to designing exquisite pieces for her higher-paying clients, and the brunette wondered if the woman ever slept more than a few hours a night in order to crank her creations out. The dress itself was one of the most gorgeous pieces she'd ever seen, let alone worn out in public. Black and navy blue faded throughout the A-line dress in a seamless transition, while layers of glittered tulle rested on top to pull together a galaxy-inspired dress custom made to fit her rather curvy body. Thin straps kept the corset top up over her generous chest, while adorning puffs of tulle banded her arms to accent the main piece. It was surprisingly light for all of the material and laid evenly above the toe of her matching heels. Even though Bakugo said it was a formal dinner meeting with the manager of the event centers, this felt more like a red carpet event dress. Oh my god, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. You look like a haughty galactic goddess. Mina gawked in awe, before doing full circles around the brunette to better study the outfit for the evening. Heat rushed her face when the other girls entered her room after hearing Mina's cry, so she covered her face with both hands. They all surrounded her with curious fingers grabbing the material and complimenting everything from style to fit. Handsome really outdid herself this time. You're going to make all of your fans drop to their knees and worship you. Maybe even pick up a hottie for yourself? It really does suit you, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. I'm amazed at how easily Handsome can create custom pieces that match our personalities so easily. 𝐎𝐩𝐲 gently grabbed her friend's hands away from her face encouragingly. I feel it's a little over the top for just a formal dinner. My parents were never rich growing up and it just feels weird to suddenly be living a higher life. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 muttered with a nervous laugh after glancing at herself in the mirror once more. Her friends all surrounded her in a loving circle and she straightened up just a little more as the nerves fell away. There was no need to be so nervous around them, they were always there for support no matter what, so she would keep her head high. Nonsense. We're meeting with a very important business partner who will be managing our venues for the duration of our tour. It's best to create a lasting first impression with those we'll be working with closely, and besides, 𝗬𝗪𝗔 is a very high-end dining establishment that only wealthy and influential people can reserve. Mr. Bakugo told me it took him weeks of persuading just to get the owners to agree for a private event tonight just for us and Mr. Yamada. We all know how tenacious he is when it comes to getting what he wants. Yaoyorozu pointed out, with a murmur of agreement. She adorned a tight-fitting red, satin halter dress with a calf slit on both sides and matching red heels. A triple-layered silver necklace graced her elegant neck with a pearl centered on each chain. Waterfall earrings complemented the stunningly elegant outfit. Formal attire and grace came naturally to the heiress of a well-renowned international trading company. I can agree with 𝗧𝗵𝗲, this does feel a bit excessive for even a private event. Jiro nervously twirled stretched earlobes, an unsettled frown tugging at her face. A smoky gray tulle gown shifted with each nervous movement she took, the normally punk rock woman feeling out of place in such an expensive and formal gown. Intricate half-sleeve lace sheened over the smooth bust fabric with a lightly jeweled belt resting just under her bust, before the remaining fabric gently angled out to stop below knee level. Casual taupe flats, paired with a set of matching gloves, completed the simple yet fashionable outfit. But don't we look so bomb? I'll bet those photographers will be tripping over themselves just to get a front-page picture. Toru twirled around excitedly. A shimmering purple ombre gown hugged her curves with a curtain of fabric dipping across her chest before flaring out over her biceps, a matching piece of fabric acting as a belt creating a focal point on her narrow waist. The flowy tulle swished and swayed as her heels clacked across the hardwood floors of 𝗧𝗵𝗲's room. I have to admit, even I'm beginning to like this fancy apparel, and I'm not one for dressing up. 𝐎𝐩𝐲𝐝 said while giving herself another look over in the mirror. An emerald silk dress wrapped loosely over her body, with 3/4 flutter sleeves, and silk belt that trailed down most of her leg. The loose design of the dress allowed for a leg slit on whichever side the wearer chose, opening up multiple options of styling while remaining unique to 𝐎𝐩𝐲𝐝. Tan pumps boosted her up in height while also showing off her toned legs. I say we party this night up. Mina cheered before latching onto the girls excitedly with a big grin. A classic black, off-the-shoulder V-necked gown hugged her body tightly and revealed a single toned leg peeking out between the pieces of fabric. A chunky diamond choker dipped dangerously close to her pushed-up breasts, and a complementing bracelet and earring set closed the look. Black high heels with red undersides pulled off the very sexy look, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 briefly wondered if she was trying to show off to her current favorite bodyguard. You're not allowed to drink, Pinky, 𝗵𝘃𝗲 stood in the doorway with his arms crossed over his chest as he quickly studied their outfits for approval. A grimace graced his face once he looked at Mina's outfit but ultimately let it go since there was no telling that woman how to dress. At least she didn't have her ass hanging out. This time. They still had about half an hour before the limos arrived to take them to the party, yet none of them had their hair or makeup done. Normally they would handle it themselves, but considering this was a televised event, he'd called in the professionals. Oh come on, let us live a little. It's not every day we get to go to the fanciest restaurant in the entire city. Just one? I promise not to go overboard. Toru can watch me. Mina begged her boss, though he merely sneered with a shake of his head. Toru whacked her friend lightly on the arm in protest of her assigned duty. You about lost your control last night when your tour was announced on TV. What makes you think I'm going to let you run rampant when there are going to be photographers and news stations watching your every move? Wait, this is televised? Live? Why didn't you tell us before? Toru screeched with hands tangling anxiously in her blonde locks. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 sighed heavily. He didn't get paid nearly enough to deal with divas. Because I knew you would lose your shit like this. But if I didn't mention it then there was the risk of you embarrassing the company on television. There are going to be big names there in addition to Mr. Yamada like Shield Laboratories, Phantom Records, Starlight Cosmetics, and more. Now if you're done playing dress up, you six need to get to the hair and makeup specialists waiting in the common room. We've only got half an hour before the limos arrive, so hurry up. Much to 𝗧𝗵𝗲's surprise the teams of stylists worked quickly to finish up their looks for the evening, and after looking in the mirror when they were done, she could barely recognize herself. Nearly shoulder-length chestnut locks were curled, twisted, and pinned up into a sort of messy bun with 2 good-sized tendrils framing her face. An ornate floral clip delicately tied in with the brown locks to bring a softer appearance overall. Lightly shimmering eyeshadow, mascara, and a soft coral-colored lipstick completed 𝗧𝗵𝗲's formal outfit for the evening. The other girls looked fantastic as well, and soon the phones were out to capture some selfies to post on their social media accounts. Ladies, your chaperones for the evening have arrived. Kirishima announced grandly once they'd all gathered in the entryway of their shared homestead. Mina immediately latched onto his arm with a sneaky wink back at the other ladies, before practically dragging him out the door without another word. Ojiro, Sato, Kaminari, and a few other bodyguards escorted the rest of them out without incident. Toru and 𝐎𝐲𝐲𝐝 paired up with Ojiro, Yayorozu went with someone named Todoroki, Jiro begrudgingly got stuck with Kaminari much to her immense displeasure, and she had a nice guy named Siro who had just been recruited for the event. Obviously security had been beefed up since it was a hot event for the year and everyone wanted to gain access for one reason or another. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 stood outside by the limousine in a sharp black suit with a crimson-red button-up underneath, his usual angry expression replaced with a more neutral yet alert one. Understandably, his demeanor had changed due to the high level of stress this dinner and meeting brought to the table, their JPOP careers depending on the boost of marketing for continued success. I've already gotten word from Deku that someone leaked to the outside press that you six would be there, so security has been beefed up for this reason. You are going to have at least one bodyguard per person and a handful more scattered throughout the event. Normally I wouldn't bother with such a high-end place that has hired some of their own muscle, but with so many famous companies there it's better safe than sorry. They won't be your shadows, but if something goes wrong, then figure out a way to communicate with them silently, do a hair tuck or whatever you girls do. Police have the street blocked off, but they know we're coming, so let's load up and go. Thanks for always thinking of us, Daddy Bakugo. Mina blew him a kiss as Kirishima opened the door for her to enter the limo, his eye instantly twitching at the degrading nickname. Surprisingly he kept his cool as they all loaded up until he slid in behind them and slammed the door shut, silently fuming with a glare aimed at the pinkette who merely grinned before turning to gossip with her friends. Get going, driver. Even before the vehicle stopped, camera lenses were being pressed against the heavily tinted glass in hopes of sneaking photos of the celebrities, countless people calling out their names for attention. A black SUV to the front and back of them stopped before Kirishima and the other guards jumped out to push the ruthless photographers back. Bakugo swiftly exited the vehicle to assist with crowd control, his barking tone intimidating the weaker photographers into backing off while the more experienced ones stood their ground to get the shot. Once they were roughly shoved aside by the defensive blonde, the door opened and immediately flashes of lights blinded the women as they tried to get out. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 filed out last with the help of 𝗧𝗲 before being ushered down the rolled-out red carpet, camera vultures straining against the velvet ropes barely containing them. 𝐎𝐩𝐢𝐴 waited for her, then the two walked towards the open doors together with arms linked. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐴, over here. You ladies look gorgeous tonight, are you wearing handsome? Mina, Toru, gives us a sexy pose with your new guys. You look stunning as always, Yaoyorozu. Please give us a photo. You look super cool, Jiro. Give us a smile? They're a bit crazy tonight, 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐴 commented while blinking the spots from her dark eyes, a hand raising to try and shield from any more damage. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 nodded in agreement. Once they reached the doors they all released a breath of relief, the doors shutting and locking behind them with two guards stationed in case someone tried to sneak in. A grand staircase roped off with a plaque engraved with reserved was promptly unlatched by a man dressed to the nines with coattails and white gloves, then the ascent to the second level began much to the dread of the JPOP group. Stairs and heels don't really mix, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 puffed a bit as 𝗧𝗲 escorted her up the seemingly endless stairs with a steady arm. The brunette kept a bunch of fabric bunched up in one hand while looking down to make sure she didn't trip over her own feet like she often did. Growing up, she was always covered in bruises, thanks to her clumsiness that her mother claimed was just a part of being a child. 21 years into life and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had figured out it was purely genetics. I agree, Miss Uraraka, though the restaurant doesn't seem to have any elevators available for private usage. I'll do my best to make sure you arrive safe and sound at the top. 𝗧𝗲 told her confidently. Thank you, 𝗧𝗲. As soon as the brunette hit the top step with a heavy exhale, she straightened up to begin the night of professionalism and grace. Servants walked around with trays of drinks, appetizers, and she was pretty sure there were a few people walking around with desserts that made her mouth water. Bakugo waved them over to a corner where she assumed Mr. Yamada was waiting, so she rejoined the other girls and headed over there. The stares from everyone in the room nearly burned a hole through all of the hairspray keeping her hair together, but she just focused on what was in front of her instead. The stares were normal. Everywhere they went, someone was always staring, whether it be from their sometimes eccentric outfits or the fact that they were overnight celebrities charting #1 for weeks on end. Sometimes they were friendly stares, mainly curious ones, though on occasion there were the stronger stares that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Those were the ones that made her hyper-aware of the people around her. This is Mr. Yamada, ladies, he's the one who will be coordinating the event centers during your tour across Tokyo and surrounding cities. Mr. Yamada, may I introduce you 𝐴spice's members, Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Jiro, Mina Ishido, Toru Hagakure, Tsuyu 𝗎𝐻𝐢𝐴, and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Uraraka. Bakugo gestured to each woman as they bowed in greeting while the blonde event center coordinator lowered his shaded specs to get a better gander. Once they were all upright again, the man stood from his chair and before anyone could react, he threw his arms out wide with two big thumbs up and a wide grin. Yo, ladies! Pleasure to meet you. I'm 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲, and I'm going to be your event center coordinator during your tour, you dig? I like your energy. Mina beamed excitedly with fists clenched excitedly at her chest. I can tell you're going to be an awesome manager. That's right. I'm here to make sure everything goes as smooth as butter so you six can climb the ladders to success. My company owns over 50 large-scale venues across Japan, so wherever you want to do a show, all you have to do is reach out to me so I can get you set up. I'm sure you want all of the boring little details about the setup, but I can discuss that with your employer here while you all go enjoy yourselves. Go mingle with some of the top name brand companies in all of Japan and be sure to get yourself known to them to boost your publicity and credentials. Present mic parties are known for their taste. Present mic? 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐽 asked curiously with a finger against her lips. Ever since she was little, the gesture had been habitual, and even after growing into a young woman it showed up whenever curiosities arose. Yamada nodded eagerly in the process of plopping himself back down into his chair, a leg casually thrown over the other one. Just like how you girls have codenames, I've got an alter ego that likes to partay. Now go on, there's plenty of snacks and treats and drinks to share. Bakugo, my man, we have a lot to talk about. I can't wait. Bakugo quickly shooed them off before taking a chair to endure the theatrical performance of 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲. I'm starved. Where are those snacks at? 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐸 quickly scanned the room for the long-anticipated evening meal, sharp auburn orbs locking in on a table past a large crowd of people. The problem was, as soon as they started moving from the corner of the room, all eyes were on them. Photographers began snapping away and moving in groups to cover the women at all angles, much to their dismay. Other people began swarming them as soon as they noticed the commotion going on. The bodyguards promptly swooped in to disperse the crowd and create space between the pop stars, photographers, and overzealous JPOP fans. Come on, back up and give them some space. There'll be plenty of time for pictures and autographs towards the end of the night, but right now they just want some food. Kirishima groaned as the surge of people grew larger by the minute. The group was huddled together with their backs inward to better protect themselves, but the crowd didn't seem to care. Wasn't this supposed to be a civilized party? I'm sorry for interrupting, but please give them some space to move about. There is a designated time slot for everyone to meet them, so please be respectful of their private time. This is a highly established restaurant and I would hate for the owners to get involved. Thank you. A loud, confident voice fell over the crowd, causing a handful of people to murmur before they fell away into different areas of the event floor. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 let out a sigh of relief with a slump against 𝗎𝐻𝐽𝐽, the two leaning on each other for support. Somehow it had gotten out of control in a matter of seconds, and even the bodyguards seemed a bit confused on how it happened. Sheesh, what was that all about? They were like ravenous wolves, 𝗔𝗫 scoffed with a twirl of her earlobes, the once cheerful expression on her face now the slightest bit sour. The others agreed, though remained silent. It was bound to happen anywhere they went, but a private event just seemed a bit excessive. Man, am I glad to see you. Did you finally finish up the SHIELD Laboratories job? Kirishima straightened his suit out before waving to the stranger amongst the throng of people. The rest of the bodyguards seemed to relax a bit more once everyone thinned out and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stood up straight, hands running down the fabric to straighten out any wrinkles. This was certainly turning into an interesting day, now about those deserts wandering around with her name on them. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 instinctively knew what was about to happen when the fabric of her dress tugged sharply under the toe of the heels she'd been wearing for all of half an hour. Apparently 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had miscalculated on her level of clumsiness as the brunette moved her arms out to catch herself on the pristine marble floors. It was going to hurt, no denying that, and surely the photographers would catch the picture of a lifetime to stamp on the front page. At least. She made it to the top before crashing down onto the cold, hard marble floors of unfairness. A strong pair of hands suddenly grasped her upper body from behind and halted her slow, dramatic fall with ease. Auburn eyes blinked once, twice, 3 times, before 𝗧𝗵𝗲 finally had the nerve to look back at her savior. Oh my gosh, are you okay? Are you hurt at all? Why yes, thank you. I'm just a bit clumsy at times. Forgive me. 𝗂𝗧𝐿 was carefully set upright on her feet before the arms released and she turned around. A black suit, dark green button-up shirt beneath, and a small golden pin on the collar, symbolizing he worked for Kirishima's agency. He was fairly tall and almost seemed lanky, but if he'd just caught her like it was nothing then surely he had some muscle under the dark colors, especially if he was associated with Kirishima. I'm so sorry for making you catch me, the hem of my dress caught under my toe and I tripped. I hope you didn't hurt yourself trying to catch me. Oh no, it was nothing really. I was making my way over here and kind of saw it happening so my body moved before I could stop it. I didn't hurt your arms grabbing you, did I? Fluorescent green eyes, matching messy locks, freckles on both cheeks and a boyish face. If he hadn't been wearing the company uniform, then she would have assumed he was a high schooler or barely college-aged. And no, I'm not hurt at all aside from my pride. I'm 𝗂𝗧𝗄 𝗧𝗪𝗧, nice to meet you. 𝗂𝗧𝗄 held out a dainty hand to shake his stronger, scarred-up one. He didn't seem like the fighting type, but it was best not to judge a book by its cover. His hand lightly connected with hers for a firm handshake accompanied by a friendly smile that caused her heart to momentarily forget how to beat properly. I'm 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲. 𝗂𝗧𝗄 popped the dessert into her mouth happily, a hand pressing against her cheek as the flavors melted against her palate. It was better than anything she'd ever tasted in her life, and the brunette had tasted plenty of sweets in her 21 years of living. After her mortifying run-in with another of Kirishima's employees, 𝗂𝗧𝗄 had quickly excused herself to escape from any more prying eyes. A back corner with a single chair and table was the perfect spot to just hang back and eat the appetizers and desserts she'd been offered from the serving staff. The rest of the group were mingling with company executives that were present at the party, and normally she would join in, but she just needed a few more minutes to compose herself. Dread washed over her as she gently set her fork down. Surely someone had snapped a picture of her gracefulness in action, and there was no doubt it would be plastered all over the front pages of every newspaper in the city. She'd already had the proposal rejection recorded by dozens of fans, and surely it was on the web gaining popularity. First formal event and I'm making a fool of myself, 𝗂𝗧𝗄 sighed. She knew there was no point in sitting there moping, but like 𝗧𝗵𝗲 mentioned earlier, popularity comes with more than fame and fortune. There were times scrolling through the comment page under the band's official social media had garnered countless trolls and naysayers who made it their life's mission to harass and torment the women. A few incidences resulted in the user being permanently banned from the page, but it never stopped them for long once they created a new fake account. People could be so heartless to those who sacrificed so much to thrive in the spotlight that it made 𝗂𝗧𝗄 question if creating the band was the right idea. Is everything alright, Miss 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗏? 𝗂𝗧𝗄 jolted from her daze to see the one who'd saved her earlier leaning against the wall a few feet from her table, eyes casually scanning over the mingling crowds before shifting to hers. Heat rushed to her face, so she quickly placed her napkin over her mouth in an attempt to distract herself from the embarrassing memory. He didn't seem to be too bothered by the action, since he merely glanced away to give her time to compose herself. Why yes, sorry. I'm still embarrassed you had to rescue me like that due to my own clumsiness. I guess I should have let 𝗧𝗵𝗲 know to pin my dress up a little more to prevent these situations. No worries, accidents can happen anywhere. I would know with the amount of scars on my hand. 𝗧𝗂𝗄 casually showed his heavily scarred-up hand with an easy smile. Auburn eyes widened as they took in the extent of the damage, heavy scars wrapping around his rough hand. These happened because of a security event gone wrong a few years ago, when I was just 18. I was still young and somewhat inexperienced, but I quickly learned from my mistake after that. I'm sorry, that must have hurt pretty bad. Are all security events you do that dangerous? 𝗧𝗂𝗄 shook his head lightly before shoving his hands deep into his pockets and looking over the crowds once more. So far everything had been quiet and peaceful, though that never seemed to last long in this line of work, despite his silent prayers. No, sometimes there are skirmishes, but I haven't had anything like that since. I mostly do private security for celebrities such as your band, children of well-known corporations, world-renowned scientists, politicians. I've done just about every category under the sun when it comes to protection. Don't you ever get scared? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 noted the brief change of emotion on his face, though it faded quickly to be replaced with a contemplating expression. I won't lie and say I'm never scared, but like with my first incident, I was terrified I was going to die. I'm more prepared now for anything after years of training, though I wouldn't say there's never any fear in those situations. There are times when unplanned problems arise, and you have to think fast in order to protect your client, then get them to safety. Izuku noted the slight puckering of her eyebrows, and he immediately realized how inappropriate the conversation was, the bodyguard immediately bowing in apology to the startled celebrity. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have gone into such an inappropriate conversation with you, it was completely unprofessional. And no, it's fine, I was the one who asked anyways. Don't worry about it, really. As long as you're fine with talking about your past, then it's okay with me. I live in a spacious house with 5 other women, so I've definitely heard my fair share of stories. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 frantically waved her hands as he stood back up. Izuku processed everything for a minute before returning to his position against the wall, posture more relaxed as he continued to scan the floor. I can't imagine living in a house full of 5 other women, but it does sound like a handful. Do you all get along? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 snorted, though quickly placed a hand over her mouth when a few people glanced over curiously. She almost forgot she was in a public place, a highly exclusive one at that, and silently chastised herself for losing control of her manners. There were hidden eyes always watching her, so she needed to be more careful. We've each got our own rooms and specific areas of the house, but we share the living room, kitchen, laundry room, pretty much everything except our personal spaces. Jiro has a recording studio, Yamamoto has a custom tea room, Toru and Mina each have a whole room for excess clothes, Tsu keeps her pet frogs in a special aquarium, and I have a small planetarium to look up at the stars whenever I want. Being friends for a long time means we can adapt around each other's personalities and schedules pretty seamlessly. The only time there's a problem is when some of the girls drink too much. Izuku laughed a bit until he caught sight of something out of sight of the brunette's range. His demeanor changed to on guard, so 𝗧𝗵𝗲 prepared to get up and leave until he lifted a hand up to stop her. I don't want you to make any sudden movements, but keeping talking like this is a normal conversation. Is something wrong, Midoriya? I don't know yet. There's a person of interest moving this way. Try your best to act naturally. Flag down a server if you have to just to look busy. Izuku made to scratch his locks like his head itched, but his pinky finger skimmed over the talk button on his hidden ear. Kirishima, our friend is back. Keeping our distance for now, he's making his rounds, but hasn't done anything to warrant excessive force yet. Keep Miss Uraraka out of his main sight, but do not engage if he makes his way over. Mr. Yamada has been made aware of the situation and is having his personal security detail take care of it. So, which dessert do you recommend out of all the ones you've tried, Miss Uraraka? Well, I haven't tried more than the one type I saw a server carrying around. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 started uneasily with hands twisting in the top layer of her dress while she tried to keep her attention on her current bodyguard. What was going on? Was there someone stalking them? She tried to gauge Izuku's face, yet he kept it relaxed without the slightest hint of worry. Then let's try the rest. I've heard the tiramisu is out of this world. Direct eye contact with a server soon had 5 more plates of desserts neatly organized on the small table she was occupying. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 looked over everything with shimmering eyes, a hand eagerly waving a spoon over the first one she wanted to try. She paused for a moment before grabbing the tiramisu and holding it out to Izuku with a grin. Here, why don't you have this one? There's more than enough here for me right now, and I wouldn't want a photographer to catch me with an entire table of desserts without sharing. And think of it as thanks for catching me. Izuku graciously took the small plate with a thanks, his spoon hovering over the dessert in anticipation. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 smiled before turning to the remaining treats awaiting devourment. Here's a better idea. The brunette curiously looked up when half of a tiramisu entered her vision, the green-haired man grinning at her face. We just split everything down the center, so we each get to partake, if you're fine with that. I have no problems sharing food when I can, and there are enough spoons to avoid spreading germs. Izuku Midoriya, you're a genius. The music blasting over the floor gently lowered over time until it was inaudible, signaling for the guests to settle down for an important announcement. Everyone turned towards the makeshift stage at the back of the room in anticipation. President Mike casually strolled up to his rightful spot with microphone in hand, green eyes sweeping over the crowd in order to get a feel of the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to my humble party this evening, and I hope you're all having a rockin' time. I know your time is precious and valuable, which is why we're going to skip straight to tonight's main event. Let's get that spotlight on our star attraction for the evening, please. A spotlight flickered on, then swiveled around to land directly in the center of the crowd. 𝐎𝐩𝐢𝐳 waved to those around them before swiftly making their way towards President Mike, people moving out of the way seamlessly. Once they were all settled behind the announcer, a few camera flashes went off. Izuku watched from the sidelines as the event coordinator introduced the group with flamboyant gestures to hype the crowd up, though judging by the lack of screaming and hollering he was broadcasting to the wrong type of crowd. Every precaution had been made when it came to guest security, yet somehow a rat still managed to sneak its way and then disappear before it could be apprehended. While the person wasn't a direct threat per se, they couldn't take the risk that they were friendly. It started 2 years ago, when he was escorting a high-ranking official between political events. An odd-looking man with scraggly dark hair and a scar over the edge of his mouth always seemingly showed up when he or another employee of Red Riot Security were out on jobs. Never saying a word, just silently whisking through the area, making eye contact with a bodyguard, then leaving just as fast. No matter how hard they tried to track them down, it was like he just disappeared into thin air. Our little friend seems to have escaped without a trace again. No one's seen him for a good few minutes, even with an entire building and perimeter sweep. Guess he slipped past us once again. Kirishima casually shoved his hands into his pockets as he stopped next to his employee, eyes remaining on the group while Yamada introduced them one by one. Izuku nodded silently. He wasn't the least bit surprised. So that was a good save you had with Miss Uraraka. I don't think we could have reacted faster than you did, good job. Saved her from a lot of embarrassment, with so many camera vultures hanging around. My body just kind of reacted without thinking. Izuku scratched at his face with a finger out of habit with a quick glance to his friend. That's why I knew you were the man for this job. Bakugo may hate the fact that you're here, but you really saved Miss Uraraka. I noticed how you two were sharing treats as well, how sweet. Do I smell romance blooming? Kirishima snickered when his friend and employee turned beet red from embarrassment, a scarred hand quickly rubbing at the back of his neck out of nervousness. Izuku Midoriya had never been one for dating, at least as far as he knew, but who's to say things wouldn't turn around at his ripe old age of 23. Relax, Midoriya, I was joking. But, I did notice when you were doing the shield job that you and Melissa seemed rather close. Got any deets about that? I wouldn't want you ruining such a young maiden's pure, innocent heart with your playboy antics now. Melissa was nice and all, but she's someone dedicated to their work and not relationships. You know I take my job seriously, Kirishima, so I don't ever take the chance of slipping into a relationship like that. Besides, I'm married to my work. I'm content with how things are now, so why worry about the future? Although Mom keeps pestering me about when I'm going to bring a girlfriend home. Izuku chuckled lowly with a quick ruffling of his already out-of-control locks. Kirishima gave him a friendly whack on the arm before slipping away to check on the other guards. His mother raised him single-handedly since his father disappeared soon after he was born, so he could understand her wanting of him to start a family, but it was never an immediate focus for him. Add the fact that he was an antisocial nerd with no friends growing up and it concocted the perfect hard-working employee. School and work were his life and he didn't want it any other way, at least for the foreseeable future. Every day he trained his body to become stronger so he could protect those that needed it the most. Politicians, prestigious business owners, celebrities, scientists, even the occasional side job of escorting a bullied child to the school gates, though that was done on his spare time. Deku. Bakugo sneered at the green-haired guard before swaying to a stop beside him while facing the Other way. Midoriya flinched the tiniest bit, though remained stoic and focused on his job as the intimidating presence next to him steadily grew. The two of them had grown up together, and while the relationship started out fine, as soon as Bakugo had made friends with some older kids, things went downhill quickly. The relentless bullying started against the weaker boy all the way up until high school, when Izuku had finally decided to say enough was enough. Day and night, he trained his body and mind to become strong enough to endure the harsh words, heavy punches, and even the threats against his very life. Bakugo reacted as he'd predicted. The bullying increased, yet whenever they scrapped it was almost like the blonde was losing control of himself when punches or kicks were dodged. The predicted movements instantly countered with a heavy blow in return. He didn't like the fact that the useless nerd had suddenly flipped the tables on him, so his actions became more reckless. Eventually, after a handful of broken bones and bruised egos, the two settled on a somewhat amicable relationship where the ass-kicking was kept to a minimum. Once they graduated, Bakugo moved to open his own record studio, while Midoriya got offered a full-time job through Kurishima's security force. With how close Bakugo and Kurishima were in high school, it made sense that the two would eventually wind up working together, hence the current job he was hired on for by his childhood friend. "Kacchan," Midoriya replied as casually as he could, earning himself a scoff of annoyance from the blonde. "I want you completely on your toes tonight with these girls. Someone's been leaking to the media what their schedules are, so now security has to be pretty beefed up. Kurishima will go over the full details later, but the gist of it is you're assigned to Cheeks up there. He'll take care of the other assignments, yet he wanted me to tell you personally that she's your priority from now on. Don't think of this as a favor, Deku, I still don't owe you shit." Bakugo waited for a nod of affirmation before letting out a heavy sigh, the weight of the situation sagging his shoulders the slightest bit. Everything had been running so smoothly, yet now there were problems arising left and right even with all of the necessary precautions in place. There was even a rat sniffing around the premises watching from afar, the very thought of it irking him to no end that he was the leak. Despite his speed and fast reaction times, he couldn't catch up to the man in time to apprehend him. A blink of his eyes was all it took for him to get away without a single trace. Bastard was more conniving than he thought. "Thanks for telling me, Kacchan," Deku said without breaking his gaze from the brunette on stage. He'd gone over every file on the girls to ensure he had a full spectrum of their daily lives. Schedules, habitual patterns, personalities, mannerisms, even what they generally ate throughout the day. All of it was stored in his mind with ease in order to become the perfect bodyguard. Whatever. Make sure she doesn't have another blunder like earlier. She tends to be the type that trips on thin air. The cameras are already hovering around like crazy with fingers on the trigger, and we're going to have to purge the unauthorized ones at the end of the night. Bakugo straightened himself up with an adjustment of his jacket before swiftly making his rounds once more, leaving Deku to stand guard in his designated spot. No matter how many times he tried, there was just no getting through that thick skull of his, the blonde way too guarded to let any other emotion show besides unbridled anger. A small sigh escaped Deku's lips as the JPOP group prepared to play a song on stage. If only there was a way to help him become a less angry person, yet despite his best efforts, it seemed Kacchan would always be Kacchan in the end. "We'd like to play a new song for you guys tonight, one that our dear 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 came up with and wrote. It's never been played before, so you all are in for a treat tonight," Jiro announced through the mic, much to Ochiko's embarrassment when the crowd cheered, before motioning to the rest of the girls. They all nodded. "Without further ado, here's Gravity." Mina started up on the drums with a simple, light rhythm as Jiro joined in seconds later with her guitar. Ochiko nervously grabbed the microphone in front of her while swaying side to side as the spotlight narrowed in over the brunette. The sparkling tulle adorning her curvy frame illuminated like the night sky with every bit of motion. Then she took a deep breath in and sang. "Do you remember feeling invincible? When there was trouble, it was us against the world. We kept running through the night, chasing the sun till anything felt right. Can you save me now? I get lost up in the clouds. Can you save me now? You were my gravity. Can you save me now? When the ground drops out, I get lost in the clouds. Save me now? You were my gravity. Now my world is shattering. You were my gravity. You were my gravity. You left me out there with no one but myself. In an open field for lightning to strike me down. I was the moon, you were the sun. I can't seem to shine now that you're gone. You ran out of orbit 'cause you left with no word. Are you somewhere better now? Deku's eyebrows shot up in astonishment as 𝐎𝐩𝐢𝐽𝐻 sang, the seemingly timid woman producing such a strong and confident voice with ease. Her bandmates were gleaming with pride throughout the performance, and he could easily understand why. The way the song shifted from gentle to bold, with her expression and tone matching the sections like it was second nature. It was in no way an easy song to sing so casually, in English no less, but she managed to do it naturally and beautifully. The rest of the band members filled in between some of the lines with 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐴𝐻 adding to the song's already catchy tune. Deku was impressed with how well they all worked together. Can you save me now? I get lost up in the clouds. Can you save me now? You were my gravity. Can you save me now? When the ground drops out, I get lost in the clouds. Save me now? You were my gravity. Now my world is shattering. You were my gravity. You were my gravity. When you went away, thought I'd never be the same. Would the nightmare ever end? If I could do it again, I wouldn't change a thing, 'cause it's made me who I am. And now I'm shattering. Can you save me now? When the ground drops out, I get lost up in the clouds. Save me now? You were my gravity. Can you save me now? When the ground drops out, I get lost up in the clouds. Save me now? You were my gravity. Now my world is shattering. Now my world is shattering. You were my gravity. The crowd nearly lost their minds once she finished with screaming, cheering, jumping around. Honestly, it surprised him even more, considering this was a higher-end party with major corporation heads dressed in their finest to impress, yet there they were jumping around and acting like teenagers. Apparently they were all fans of the JPOP group, and frankly, he couldn't blame them, seeing as he secretly enjoyed their music as well. He could already hear the mocking tone from 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐻 if he ever found out. Best to keep it a secret. Wow, 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 wow. Let's give it up for these beautiful ladies. They've been hiding some spittin' tunes from the world, but you got to hear that one-of-a-kind song before their tour. Only a present mic party gives you access to the best of the best. Thank you ladies, you've been wonderful this evening. If anyone's looking for pre-sale tickets, just find me after our little show is done, and I'll get you hooked up. Don't forget to grab your pictures with them in just a short while when we get the cameras rolling live. Next up, we've got some less exciting, but still enjoyable new product demos. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 flushed from the praise of her bandmates and those surrounding them in an excited barrier, nervous hands fluttering around before eventually settling against her face. It wasn't that good, there was no way, considering it was the first time she'd performed it in person. Practicing with the rest of the girls was a different story, and even then she felt like it was missing a few key points to really bring it all together. She was pretty sure steam was rising from her head as the compliments continued to roll in. 𝐶 gently guided her by the shoulders away from the crowd as the bodyguards swooped in to make some room around the pop stars. You should be proud of yourself, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿, you did amazing. I could tell you really put your heart and soul into the song, 𝐶 praised, happy for her friend. That blew my mind, girly. We should have made you write songs for us long ago. 𝗵𝗲 latched onto the brunette excitedly before pulling her into a tight hug, the rest of the girls surrounding her supportively. No offense, 𝗲𝗫. Very little taken, 𝗵𝗲. That was amazing. Toru beamed while latching onto 𝗵𝗲's shoulder to get in closer. Did you see how many big wigs were dancing along? They're sure to start offering up exclusive deals, like custom makeup lines. I knew you could do it, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿, you did well to fight off the stage fright. 𝗲𝗫 commended with 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐴𝐻 nodding in response, big smiles on their faces. It's really not that big of a deal, you guys, 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 mumbled in embarrassment once her heart rate managed to slow down from the erratic palpitations threatening to burst her heart through the dress 𝗧𝗵𝗲 worked so hard on. I just threw some words together and called it a song. That was very well done, Miss 𝗧𝗧𝗏. Kirishima approached the ladies with a raised hand, sporting a toothy grin that had Mina instantly swooning. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 blushed heavily before bowing and spluttering her thanks. I knew all of you ladies were talented, though I didn't realize there were still some hidden extras hiding in there. Definitely a catchy song that'll catch on quick with your fans. Right? Our little 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 is full of surprises. Sue chimed in with an arm locked onto her best friend's, encouragingly. The brunette meekly glanced up at her friend before averting her gaze back towards the floor, anxious hands twisting the twinkling 𝗬𝗨 tightly. Come on, 𝗧𝗏𝗏, you should be proud of yourself. Keep your head high with pride instead of hiding in embarrassment, or you'll miss the impact of your words. 𝐎𝐸𝐽𝐲, that was amazing. I've been a fan of yours since the beginning, and I truly never expected a surprise song from you guys, especially 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. A blonde, well-endowed woman popped out from the main crowd to stop just shy of Kirishima's side with hands clasped against her chest. Dark lashes revealed piercing blue eyes filled with admiration and a gentle, caring smile. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 finally looked up with a nudge from Sue, mouth nearly falling open in surprise of the beautiful woman standing before them. A ruffled, sleeveless blue dress snugly fit against the blonde's curvaceous body, complemented with 3-inch white heels. Curled locks pinned into a partial updo completed the look, though 𝗧𝗏𝗏 was sure she would look just as good in sweatpants and a baggy shirt. Oh. Where are my manners? I'm Melissa 𝐒𝐲, my father is the CEO and creator of 𝐒𝐲 Industries. It's a pleasure to finally meet all of you. Likewise, Miss 𝐒𝐲, Yaoyorozu extended her hand to formally introduce herself to the woman. The two quickly started off on a long conversation regarding the various products her father's company produced and distributed. Once she started talking business, it generally took her a bit to break away from it. Guess that's what happens when your father runs an international trade business. Oh, Melissa, I wasn't expecting you here tonight. Did your father decide not to come? Midoriya finally rejoined his boss only to notice the blonde after a brief glance around. 𝗧𝗏𝗏's nerves eased a bit knowing her newfound friend was here. Melissa hummed questioningly before leaning around the spiky-haired guard to spot the boyish face on the other side. 𝗧𝗏𝗏. I didn't realize you would be here tonight, what a coincidence. Unfortunately, father ran into some business problems, so I decided to come instead. It's so funny, I feel like it's been longer than a few days since we last chatted. Are you covering for 𝗬𝗧𝗏 now? I apologize, Miss 𝗎𝗏, but I cannot disclose what jobs my employees are currently working for safety reasons. Kirishima finally intervened with a hand out towards the blonde. Injiro Kirishima, Red Riot Security. I've heard much about your father and his work, very impressive. Forgive me, I tend to get ahead of myself sometimes. Melissa 𝗎𝗏, but I'm pretty sure you knew that already, Melissa chuckled with a hearty handshake. Pleasure is all mine, Miss 𝗎𝗏. 𝗧𝗏𝗏 glanced between Melissa and Midoriya curiously, auburn eyes taking in the expressions of each person. They both seemed relaxed around one another, so maybe they were friends? Or was she just another client of Red Riot Security and Midoriya was chosen to protect her? First name basis between them, so maybe something more? While she didn't entirely know about 𝗎𝗏 Industries, what she did know was that they were one of the largest suppliers of medical and rejuvenation equipment in the world. Everything from life support to life's resort products littered hundreds if not thousands of medical facilities and spas. Their resorts were a bit too rich for her blood, which is why she never went, but other JPOP stars and celebrities loved the treatments offered. Obviously, if she were offered something for free, then she had zero problem taking it if it meant saving the money in her pocket. Your song was incredible, Miss 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Midoriya turned his attention to the already flustered brunette, the heat rushing back to her face at the compliment. Was there a specific motivation for it? I could tell you genuinely put your heart and soul into it. A friendship a long time ago that unfortunately didn't end well for her. She's been brewing it for a few years and finally brought it up a few weeks ago, once the excitement of fame died down. Childhood friendships rarely last forever, as we all know, Jiro piped in when the brunette remained silent. Midoriya took notice of the quiet behavior and made a mental note to avoid the touchy subject when around. It was almost surprising that Miss Jiro would bring it up in the first place, though he himself was still trying to fully understand their relationships. It wasn't like that, Jiro, it was just an eye-opener for me that some people aren't who they say they are. Anyways, enough of the sappy stuff. We're not here to reminisce over the past. Let's party the night up while we can. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 quickly redirected the conversation before flagging down a server carrying champagne flutes, each of the girls quickly holding one in preparation for a toast. To us, ladies, may our journey forward be one filled with laughter, fun, and music. And boys? Are you single, Midoriya? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 could use a man. Mina burst out laughing as the brunette turned redder than ever before, incoherent words spluttering from her mouth as she tried to cover up the loose lips of her friend. Yaoyorozu shook her head while daintily drinking from the flute before returning to her conversation with Melissa, who looked over at the two, a smile ticking at her lips. Mina always let her mouth run before the brain caught up, and it often created uncomfortable or embarrassing situations for those around. Midoriya merely chuckled. I'm dedicated to my work, unfortunately, though I'm sure some lucky guy will come into your life at some point. I say enjoy your lives now, before worrying about settling down. Buzzkill. You and Oka would be so cute together. Or do you have the hots for that blonde girl? Mina wiggled her eyebrows suggestively towards Melissa, who was currently deep in conversation with their band manager. A tint of heat flushed his freckled face before he coughed to cover it up, but it just made Mina lock onto her target with deeper claws. I can see why: blonde hair, blue eyes, curvy body like a goddess, bubbly personality. I'm sure she'd look fantastic in just about every article of clothing on this earth. But let me tell you what's special about our Uravity here and what she can do with her body. Mina. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 slapped a hand over her friend's mouth in mortification. The champagne flute in Mina's hand tipped just a little too far from the motion, and before she realized what happened, the cold drink spilled down the front of 𝗧𝗵𝗲's dress, starting at her collarbone. Nobody moved for a few seconds while they processed what happened, present mic and the sounds of the crowd murmuring in the background turning to white noise. Auburn eyes widened while looking down at the mess soaking into the fabric now clinging to her chest. They darted back up to Mina's golden orbs, the two sharing a stunned expression as the rest of the band gasped. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Mina gasped once 𝗧𝗵𝗲's hand slipped from her horrified face, the pinkette frantically digging around in her purse for napkins. Before she could even extract the tissues, the brunette was hurrying off towards the restrooms, with 𝗬𝗎 right at her side. Oh shit. I've screwed up big time. Once 𝗬𝗎 had cleared the restroom of any peeping eyes, she quickly dragged 𝗧𝗵𝗲 over to the sinks and grabbed a linen towel from the neat stack. Cold water silently filled the sink while she waited. A numb stupor had taken over her body, so all she did was stand there as her best friend began cleaning her up the best she could. It was already embarrassing having to sing in front of all those top executives, then have Jiro bring up some touchy memories before the grand finale of having champagne spilled over herself in front of not only the daughter of S.H.I.E.L.D. Industries, the entire party, but also Midoriya, whom she'd literally just met as she was falling to the floor. At this point, it was certain that degrading photos of herself would be plastered all over the front pages. There was no way she was going to be showing her face in public for a while. Accidents happen, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, so don't beat yourself up over it. I know Mina was just trying to poke some fun, though she should have better read the air before doing so. With your dress being so dark, it shouldn't show the stain, but I'll still try to get out what I can. Here, use this towel to wipe down your dress, before it soaks into your bra as well. 𝗬𝗎 offered up the brunette a fresh damp towel, before going back to dabbing at the front of the dress to soak up the stain. Slowly she stuck the towel down her front to wash the sticky skin, the cold cloth sending goosebumps down her flesh. A knock on the door interrupted the dress salvage, so 𝗬𝗎 set the towel down before moving to answer it. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 heard the door creak open and two voices speaking lowly, though her mind was far from reality at the moment. She set the cloth on the smoky marble countertops, before glancing at herself in the mirror. It almost startled her to see tears trailing down the once perfect makeup-dusting porcelain skin. A hand tentatively swiped them away only to smear the mascara everywhere, which resulted in her looking like an emotional raccoon. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 came back with supplies in hand, quickly setting them down. Midoriya had some stain remover on him and Yaoyorozu was given some makeup by the artists in case something happened. Ochako, are you okay? Today's been overwhelming to say the least. I think I just need some space to breathe. I don't want to ruin everyone else's night, so I'll come back out when I'm ready. Thank you for your help, 𝗬𝗵𝗲. Ochako gave her friend a tired smile. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 nodded in understanding, yet nonetheless grabbed the makeup on the counter and pulled out some makeup wipes. At least, let me redo your makeup so you don't scare everyone away looking like a raccoon. Mina paced anxiously outside of the bathroom while waiting for 𝗬𝗵𝗲 and Ochako to exit, hands twisting together nervously as the minutes ticked by. She was warned about taking drinks during the event, yet she hadn't even taken a single sip of it before it sloshed all over her friend. The fault was solely hers, seeing as the 𝗵𝗃𝐻 failed to shut her mouth in time, the one simple action causing Ochako to be covered in champagne. It made her sick to her stomach that she let herself lose control like that, the drummer immediately swearing off any further drinks. The drinks she could lose, friends were irreplaceable. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 emerged first with an armful of supplies, shutting the door softly behind her, then turned to the rest of the waiting band members. Is she alright? I didn't mean to splash the champagne on her, honest. Mina grabbed 𝗬𝗵𝗲 with teary eyes. She's had an overwhelming day and would like to be alone for a bit. I've helped her clean up, but it's up to her to decide when she's ready. I know it was an accident, Mina, yet I feel you went too far with the teasing. You as well, Jiro, you shouldn't have brought up such a painful memory in front of people we don't know. Ochako was already nervous about performing tonight on top of dealing with everything, including the fan that proposed to her after our meeting this morning. It doesn't seem like it on the outside, but she's been having trouble adjusting to the sudden rise in fame. The best thing to do right now is give her some space. But Mina started, though Toru grabbing her arm gently stopped her in her tracks, the blonde shaking her head no. The 𝗵𝗃𝐻 gave in after a minute before turning to head back to the floor with the blonde right on her heels. Thank you for always watching out for her, 𝗬𝗬, Yaoyorozu spoke quietly while offering to take the excess supplies to put them in her bag. Once the exchange was done, the raven-haired leader gently escorted her back to the floor with Jiro towing behind. Midoriya waited until Kirishima had reorganized the security detail, then slipped down the hallway towards the women's restroom where Uraraka was hiding out. Regardless of her needing space, he still needed to watch over his client. He felt bad for her. She was illuminated so brightly up on that stage that it almost seemed like there wasn't a single thing wrong with her life, yet it all came tumbling down due to a simple spat with her bandmate. It was an absolute accident, though. Just from reading Mina Ishido's folder, which was a good amount thicker than her bandmate's, it seemed she often had loose lips, no filter, and a drinking problem. 𝗏𝗏 had verbally warned him not to give her alcohol or even let the 𝗵𝗃𝐻 near it, but Uraraka grabbing it was a spur-of-the-moment thing. The intent was to quickly move on from the conversation, but it backfired horribly. Midoriya leaned against the wall outside of the women's restroom with his arms crossed. He could hear subtle movements and a hairdryer turning on in the room, but nothing that sounded like she was in active distress. This was one of the hard parts of working security detail. Knowing when to leave the client alone in the event of a breakdown or distressing environment. It wasn't in his nature to ignore people in need, though when he was on the clock, he had to abide by Kirishima's strict rules. Water turned on, so he turned his attention to the sound while keeping an eye on the hallway entrance. The men's room was located not too far from where he was residing, and whenever someone entered they threw strange looks at him, some even whispering amongst themselves before a sharp look sent them on their way. They weren't corporate heads but the spawns of said corporate heads, and they often caused trouble when there wasn't any, just for the entertainment factor. Kind of creepy for a man to wait outside of the women's restroom, isn't it? Ain't got nothing better to do? A tall blonde man dressed in an obviously expensive black suit sneered as he and three of his friends casually headed for the bathrooms, the posse clogging up the hallway to prevent other guests from accessing the lavatories. Midoriya glanced over them before facing forward once more, to ignore them. This would go one of two ways: they would get bored and leave, or they'll try to pick a fight for the fun of it. His bet was on the latter. You deaf or something? Or are you just a freak who has a sick fetish of peeping on women? What I'm doing here is not any of your business, so I suggest you move along. Picking a fight you can't win isn't wise, especially if you're trying to show off to your little friends. 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗂 tracked their footsteps as they drew closer. One had a leg injury of sorts judging by the out-of-kilter steps, two were heavy stompers, so potentially boxers or martial artists, and the last one, the blonde, seemed to have rather graceful and even steps, so he was already calculating for an upper body fighter. Another rule Kurashima laid down was to not instigate fights without a legitimate reason. These men reeked of entitlement, which often led to women getting hurt in more than one manner, so that was a good enough reason for him. As long as 𝗬𝗧𝗏 stayed in the bathroom, she was safe. Tough guy, huh? What's your deal, man? Can't you just answer my question, then we'll be on our way? Unless you want people to see you stalk women outside of the bathroom, some people are into that, you know. Does that get you off at night? Waiting to smell them as they pass, going in there to check for used feminine products, taking pictures of them in the stalls. 𝗂 says he's the picture-taking type. The blonde laughed, which triggered the other three to join in. Minions. Generally they were pretty dumb, so at least he had that going for him if a fight broke out. Personally, I like to stride in and just take what's rightful to me. A high payout at the end is worth it, since I just threatened to sue them for every penny they have. Not like I need it with who my father is, but regardless, it's rather entertaining to watch the fear fill their faces. Miyata Natsu, son of Hitoshi Natsu, who is the CEO of Natsu Enterprises. Kawada Norihisa, son of Takei Norihisa, who runs and oversees Norihisa Shipping International. Ohori and Miyata Dano, nephews of Takagaki Teijo, who runs multi-billion-yen hotels all across Japan and in 53 countries. 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗂 could see from the corner of his eye that they were stunned their identities were revealed so easily, yet it was all thanks to the guest list he'd gone over hours prior to prepare for such an instance. Miyata Natsu seemed to compose himself the fastest with a low throat clearing and tie adjustment. I'm impressed, you've done your homework on the guests for this evening. That tells me you're running security detail, right? The big question is for whom? 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗂 remained silent as the blonde began looking him over top to bottom with a curled sneer pulling at his lips. It was when his eyes landed on the golden pin residing on his collar that he stopped, with a hand reaching out to touch it. The bodyguard reacted faster than he could blink. A large hand clamped onto the boy's wrist firmly enough to creak the bone yet not break it, a warning that he was treading on dangerous territory. He prided himself on that pin, so for a lowly bully to try and take it was something he didn't tolerate well. Didn't your mother ever teach you to keep your hands to yourself? Word could get out that the son of Natsu Enterprises attempted theft at a prestigious party that was broadcasted live to all of Japan. We both know President Mike doesn't tolerate ruffians interrupting his parties. What would your father think? Release me at once, heathen. Not until you swear to vanish from the remainder of this party without causing a scene. Corporations pride themselves on their industries and connections, yet you came here wanting to start a fight because you were bored. Want something to do? Go home and take a good, long look at yourselves in the mirror and wonder what you're doing with your life. Why you? I'm sorry for taking so long, 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗂. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 suddenly opened the door of the bathroom with a dramatic swing, auburn orbs trailing over the four men before landing on the now composed bodyguard. Without a word he held up his arm for her to latch onto, and 𝗬𝗏𝗂 took it with a smile, then turned her attention to the men. Forgive me, gentlemen, but I must return to the event so kindly hosted by President Mike for my band and I. If you would be so kind as to step aside, my date and I would appreciate it. D-date? With this asshole? Miyata Natsu grumbled under his breath, but nonetheless stepped aside to allow the two to pass, though not without a harsh look thrown at the green-haired man. 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗂 shot him a sharp-side glare before leading the singer down the hallway with a silent warning about watching his mouth in the presence of women. I could hear the entire conversation. 𝗬𝗏𝗂 started once they rounded the corner that led to the bathrooms, chestnut tendrils swishing as she glanced back to see if they were following. Once she was positive they weren't following them, the brunette diverted their course for an outside balcony door. Going back to the crowd wasn't an option just yet, especially since that group of 4 were bound to keep following at a distance. If newfound fame taught her one thing, it was that persistent people don't give up. It's always the arrogant, rich kids who start the problems, I've noticed. 𝗂𝗵𝗲 has told us all stories considering she's gone to parties with those types. You didn't get injured, did you? I'm completely fine, Miss 𝗬𝐬𝐴𝐴, thank you for your concern. I apologize for causing a scene, but I wanted to ensure your safety. I can tell Miss 𝐒𝐻𝐲 is very remorseful about her actions. Miss 𝐎𝐻𝐻𝐿 followed her back onto the main floor along with the rest of your band. How are you holding up? 𝗵𝗃 held open the balcony door for her before shutting it behind him silently. The humid summer air had died down to a tolerable swamp, though with a full suit on he soon felt like he was in a sauna. Taking his jacket off was a possibility, though he didn't want to do so in front of his new client. She'd had enough surprises for one evening. A barely known man starting to strip his clothes off might send her scrambling for safety. 𝗬𝗏𝗂 sighed while leaning against the cool stone banisters overlooking the city. It was an accident, of course, yet the blame resided with herself. She was the one who handed Mina a flute in the first place, to distract from the fact that 𝗔𝗀 was bringing up touchy memories. Blaming anyone else was pointless, since 𝗵𝗃 did ask if there was any specific inspiration for the song. It had been years since the incident, so she should be over it, but recently seeing that mysterious blonde girl outside of the restaurant resurfaced the memories once more. Overall, their first formal event turned into a disaster, and she was ready to go home, throw the pinching heels off, then jump into bed. I should be fine by tomorrow. It's just, everything's suddenly been thrown at us, so we have to adjust on the fly, but it's not as easy as it seems. There are people who hate us, throw insults, tell us to, And then there are the fans who become a little too obsessed, which leads to cyberstalking, harassment, random gifts showing up. Mr. Bakugo even tackled someone at our very first meet and greet because they wouldn't stop saying inappropriate things. I knew he had anger issues, but I didn't think he would ever take them out on someone. That sounds like something 𝐒𝐭𝐲 would do, Izuku chuckled with his back against the banister, head tilted towards the ever-darkening sky. He glanced over when he felt a stare, to find a confused expression scrunching her brows upward. 𝐒𝐭𝐲? Is that his middle name or something? I know his first name is Katsuki, though he doesn't like it when we call him that. It's actually a nickname for him since we grew up together. He calls me Deku all the time and I call him 𝐒𝐿. 𝗬𝗏𝗂's mouth fell into an O once she understood where it came from. Not too many people knew about it apart from Kirishima and a handful of people he went to high school with. It really was more of an insult than anything. The alternation of his first name meant to say he literally meant nothing. It may have been true in his younger years, though now it empowered him to be the best person he could be, much to 𝗏𝐿's immense displeasure. Does he call you Deku in a friendly manner? I never would have guessed you two grew up together. You seem like such polar opposites. Why do you call him 𝗏𝐿? Is that an abbreviation of Katsuki? 𝗬𝗏𝗂 spit out the questions in rapid succession as her excitement grew. It was actually meant more as an insult than anything. Oh. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up without knowing. Sometimes my mouth runs on its own like Mina's. 𝗬𝗏𝗂 admitted sheepishly with a hand against her cheek. Deku shook his head with an amused huff. Who would have thought the two were more alike than the eye could see? Don't worry, that was a long time ago, so it doesn't bother me now. Can I call you Deku then? It seems like such a cool nickname and it's less formal than 𝗵𝗃. You can call me 𝗬𝐬ravity, though it's not as cool. It's only a stage name that everyone thought up before we banded together. Psu is Froppy, Jiro is Earphone Jack, 𝗂𝗵𝗲 is Creati, Toru is Invisible Girl, and Mina is Pinky. If you'd like to, Miss 𝗬𝐬𝐴𝐴, feel free to call me whatever you'd like. 𝗵𝗃 shared a smile with her, before a crackling in his ear drew him back to his job. Kirishima was calling over the system for his status and location. I apologize, but I need to respond to Kirishima for a minute. I'll be right inside of this door if you need me. Of course, duty calls and all that. I'll still be out here enjoying the swamp that is Japan in summer. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 chuckled, then turned back to the city view with a heavy lean against the banister. Deku nodded in confirmation as he opened the door to step through. There weren't any other doors that connected to that private balcony, so she should be safe until he could confirm with Kirishima their location. A finger slipped through unruly locks to press the talk button nestled against his ear. Go ahead, Kirishima. Everything alright? Haven't seen you or Miss 𝗧𝗧𝗏 since the incident, and Bakugo is starting to get irritated. They've got a small shoot that needs to be done before the night ends. You've got 10 minutes. Miss 𝗧𝗧𝗏 is just taking a breather outside, nothing to worry about since I'm with her. She just needs a minute to compose herself, then we'll be in. Had a small run-in with a few bored corporate brats, though, that was taken care of without incident. Let 𝐒𝐭𝐲 know we'll be in shortly. Copy. I'll try to tame the flaming dragon whilst you save the princess. Don't blow your chance with her, man. Deku immediately clicked the comm off with a small sigh, scarred hand ruffling his locks uneasily. Why did they all suddenly start acting like horny teenagers? He was dedicated to his work, end of story. He never brought up the fact that Miss Ishido was practically latched onto him by the hip just a day after knowing her, so why couldn't they leave him out of it? Then there was the comment about Melissa. Sorry about that, Miss 𝗧𝗧𝗏, 𝗧𝗏 mentioned there was a photo shoot happening in 10 minutes, so whenever you're ready, I can escort you back inside. Midoriya addressed the pop star quietly, to avoid startling her from the sudden presence. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 let out a heavy breath, but said nothing. He gave her a minute before slowly shifting towards the railing. Is everything alright? I'm sorry, Deku, I just need a few more minutes. Of course. Is there anything you'd like to talk about? Favorite movies, hobbies, dirty secrets about your bandmates? I'm completely joking about the last part. Everything between us stays confidential. Deku quickly corrected himself on the last part in case she thought he was serious. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 let out a quiet chuckle, but stayed in the same hunched-over position. He could clearly see the detail of the intricate updo beginning to fray the slightest bit from the evening wind. She was acting completely different than just minutes ago. The confident, bubbly personality swapped for a more quiet and withdrawn mood. It was possible the concurring events strained the pop star enough that she felt the need to completely withdraw from the scene until more composed, but she didn't seem like the type. He'd seen them perform songs before, and they were all lively, energetic, and smiling throughout their shows. Even during her solo song, she glowed so radiantly. I'm more upset with myself than anything, really, 𝗧𝗏𝗏 started quietly. Auburn orbs hazily scanned over the glistening city lights, lined a million miles away from reality as the sun set beyond downtown skyscrapers. The brunette was slowly starting to realize how worn down she'd become. In the span of just 6 months, they'd done everything from recording sessions, costume fittings, meet and greets, countless rehearsals and meetings. When was the last time she had any time for herself? I guess, everything's been such a blur these past 6 months, and I can't really remember the last time I had any time to myself outside of the band. Today seemed to be the breaking point with the hateful fans, proposal rejection that was recorded by everyone, nerves from singing in front of a crowd, bad memories brought up, and then the champagne. There's only so much a person can take, you know? I try my best to stay positive, but I'm only human, barely past the age of 21. Would you believe it if I said I never used to be the social type? I'm sorry you're feeling that way, Miss 𝗧𝗧𝗏. While I can't completely understand your perspective of being a pop star, I can sympathize with avoiding the spotlight. I never used to be the outgoing, popular type in school, and that's something 𝗏𝐿 can verify, but it was never my goal to be that way. I stuck to my studies, marked high in every class, avoided unnecessary drama with those around me and worked my butt off to be where I am today. There are times I feel unbelievably frustrated with the world and how people act and treat others, to the point I get so angry that I have to go to the gym for hours just to blow off steam. With being a pop star, you don't really have the time for personal time. There's constant meetings, photo shoots, recording sessions, costume adjustments, fan meetings, interviews. It's all endless unless you force yourself to take however much time you need off for the sake of mental health, emotional stability, and overall physical well-being. Deku leaned against the railing a few feet from the disheartened pop star, fluorescent eyes staying forward to give her time to compose herself. He'd been in her shoes before. The never-ending stress that blurred the days together to the point he barely realized a year had flown by until he forced himself to take a week off from everything. No phone, no internet, no hanging out with friends or going to their usual hangouts on the weekends. Constantly being the spotlight also added to the stress, knowing there were eyes always on you and cameras at the ready. Privacy didn't exist when you revealed your name to the world. The sad part is some groups last for years on end and they seem to have the perfect lives. I'm not saying I don't work my butt off to ensure we succeed, but there's always that seed of doubt on if we're doing enough. Mr. Bakugo warned us there was another JPOP group quickly catching up to us, so how do we adjust to get ahead? We've just submitted for new costumes, approved posters, merchandise, did multiple fan meetings just today, and there's still 4 weeks before going live. The only times I've eaten today were lunch and the desserts going around. I forget with so much stress clouding my mind. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 took a deep breath in while standing upright, hands delicately brushing any invisible dust from the front of her dress. She closed her eyes for a minute before turning to look at the patiently waiting bodyguard with an apologetic smile. Forgive me, Deku, I didn't mean to unload on you, especially since we just met less than half an hour ago. I'm ready to go inside when you are. It's completely alright, Miss Uraraka, I'm more than happy to listen and give advice as needed. If I may suggest a piece of advice, trying an activity such as yoga or stretching in the mornings helps release endorphins that ease the tensions of everyday stress. 3 times a week would be ideal and can contribute to better moods, more restful sleep, overall general well-being. I can research some private yoga classes then pass them along to 𝐒𝐭𝐲, though I get the feeling he won't appreciate the unsolicited advice before looking into it himself to take the credit. Deku began mumbling into his hand as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 watched on, her face switching from unsure to slightly curious with a hint of amusement. I think I can handle that part myself, thank you. We should probably head inside before Mr. Bakugo tears the place apart looking for me. Oh, of course. Sorry, I tend to ramble sometimes when I start getting invested in ideas. Deku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. He quickly walked over to the balcony door and held it open for 𝗧𝗵𝗲, a hand gesturing for her to lead the way. The brunette swept through the doorway with a bit more of a pep in her step as the two weaved back towards the waiting throng of people. Just before rounding a corner, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 halted in front of a mirror to ensure her makeup was still fully intact, only a minor smidge of mascara was out of place. Just a few more hours, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, you can do it. By the time 𝐒𝐻𝐢 began their departure, everyone was exhausted and barely walking straight in their pinching shoes. Countless pictures, autographs, hugs, handshakes, exclusive offers from corporate heads. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 could barely get her head around the overwhelming information shoved at her by the corporate heads, handfuls of them scrambling to get the first exclusive offer and to snag the prize. Thankfully Bakugo and their security kept things under control, but as Deku escorted her down the stairs behind her friends, the bubbling sensation of exhaustion washed over her. Good thing Deku was supporting her arm, because in a lapse of attention 𝗧𝗵𝗲's dress caught under the heels once more and about sent her tumbling to her demise halfway down the stairs. With a solid grasp, he steadied her like nothing ever happened and kept a firm hand on her forearm until they hit the landing. Are you all right? Sorry, this stupid dress caught under my stupid shoe again. I'm going to tell 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to shorten the length by at least a few inches, or completely disregard heels from now on. I wasn't born with a graceful bone in my body, as I'm sure Mr. Bakugo told you. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sighed in frustration before stopping just before the awaiting camera vultures outside and flicking the dress up enough to grab her shoe. Deku kept her steady as she kicked off one then the other, prior to snatching them up with her free hand. Much better. Now my toes can breathe. Toe breathing is very important, Miss Uraraka, Deku mused lightly. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 shot him an arched brow with the tiniest of smiles ticking at her lip. The door opened and the onslaught of camera flashes began once more, the girls blinded as their escorts led them to the awaiting limo. Any upcoming collaborations, ladies? Is that your date for the evening, 𝗧𝗑𝐽? Can we expect an official dating status from some of you ladies soon? Smile this way, please. When will you damn vultures leave? Bakugo screeched as a few photographers tried to jump the barrier to get a better shot, Kirishima instantly swooping in with a few extra men to push them back since they were blocking the path to the limo door. One by one they filed in, a heavy sigh filling the limo as soon as the door shut behind Bakugo. I'm glad that's over with. I couldn't even take a breath in between corporate heads clamoring for our attention, Jiro groaned while slumping against the back of the seat. I will admit that this was a bit more exhausting than father's annual ball, Yaoyorozu admitted with a cloth delicately dabbing at the sheen of sweat glistening flawless skin. Oka, are you sure you're okay? I didn't stain the dress, did I? Mina leaned around Toru and Tsu to look at the half-asleep brunette. 𝗧𝗑𝐽 shook her head lightly. She'd forgotten about the incident shortly after the picture started. Don't worry about it. If you think about it, it was refreshing for the first few seconds. Tsu helped me get most of it out, then I dried it, so I'll just have to send it back to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 for a cleaning and alteration. It's a little bit too long and kept catching under my shoe. Speaking of, you were warned about the booze, 𝗓𝗓𝗏, Bakugo started warningly, piercing red eyes opening to heavily stare at the fidgeting Pinkette. Everyone waited anxiously for him to speak again. The blonde sighed in defeat before crossing his arms over his chest and looking away. But I'll let this one slide since Kirishima told me what happened. Have one of the assistants grab your dress once you change cheeks, and I'll have it dropped off to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 tonight. With instructions to hem the bottom shorter. You may need that dress again at some point. Why yes, Mr. Bakugo. 𝗧𝗑𝐽 replied quietly. Mina let out a heavy breath of relief with a slump against Toru, the blonde squeezing her shoulder in support. The night was finally over. This is supposed to be relaxing how? 𝗧𝗑𝐽 let out a raspy breath as her arms shook from the full weight of her body depending on the appendages to keep her upright. Bakugo had cleared the next 2 days so they could have a break from all of the excitement, much to his barely concealed annoyance, though he agreed in the end that for the sake of their health they should have some time off. I feel like I'm about to face plant into the yoga mat that's about as thin as a piece of paper. My body wasn't meant to become centered and aligned like this. Chill, girly, yoga is good for both the body and mind, Mina chirped happily across the way while in a Sirsasana stance, the Pinkette's legs straight up in the air. Toru attempted the same pose yet wobbled a few seconds in before slapping hard against her mat. You're not centering your core, Toru, you have to engage your muscles to keep you upright throughout the entire process. Show off, the blonde retorted with a scoff, before deciding to just lay like a dead fish on the floor. Actually, this is much better than your trapeze pose there. I could lie like this all day. That's actually a position called corpse pose. Essentially, you just lay there like a dead body, and it's relaxing somehow. Jiro commented offhand as she eased into a warrior pose. Yaoyorozu settled onto her mat with feet pressed together, with arms stretched high above. Tsu sat with her legs out to stretch towards bare toes as she finished her poses. 𝗧𝗑𝐽's arms finally gave out and she hit the floor with a pained grunt. You good? Peachy keen, thanks, the brunette replied with her face squished against the barely cushioning mat. It was nice of Melissa to offer a relaxing day like this at one of the most prestigious Shield family resorts. I guess we haven't really paid attention to keeping our mental health in check with all of the chaos going on. Toru flopped onto her stomach to look at the rest of the girls. Yes. While I haven't been to this location, I have gone to a few events hosted by her father in previous years. Mr. Shield is a very kind and generous man who donates a large portion of his salary to charities in the area. My father has even distributed a good amount of their machinery to hospitals across the world. Yaoyorozu piped in. It was no surprise seeing her father was a massive distributor of domestic goods to nearly every nation in the world. I'm surprised the offer suddenly popped up. I wonder if Mr. Bakugo talked to her about our situation. Tsu placed a finger against her lips in thought. 𝗧𝗑𝐽 had the suspicion that Deku asked Melissa about renting out the facility seeing as his last job had the two in near constant communication, but she wasn't going to just outright assume in front of the girls. Actually, I invited you all here today because this location needed a test run before its grand opening next week. Melissa announced with a sweeping entrance into the spacious studio. The previous night's extravagant gown had been exchanged for a simple pair of leggings and a loose, flowy t-shirt with the SHIELD logo. Wavy blonde hair was loosely pulled into a ponytail that swished and swayed with every excited movement she made. I was just informed by father that the spa had yet to be tested since construction was just recently completed, so I figured why not have the hottest band run it through the ringer? I'm sure you're all exhausted with planning your upcoming tour, so what do you say? Will you help test out the facility with me? That's very generous of you, Miss Shield. Of course we would be more than happy to help test the facility. Yaoyorozu immediately agreed and the others quickly nodded. Great. Izuka mentioned you ladies could use a break before your upcoming tour. Let me show you around before we dig into the list of services we provide and you can pick and choose whatever you want. We've got the entire day to relax and replenish yourselves. I love her already. 𝗧𝗑𝐽 loudly whispered to Tsu as they filed one by one from the room to follow the blonde around the facility. Tsu eagerly agreed as she looped her arm through the brunettes. She'd have to ask Deku later if he had any part of this since Melissa mentioned him by name, the suspicion rising within the brunette. She wouldn't be too surprised if he'd actually had a part in this, considering it was mentioned that the girls needed a break. Agreed. It took about 40 minutes just to tour the facility and see all of the features that made it a SHIELD specialty before they arrived at the dressing rooms where an employee was waiting with custom welcome bags for each member. Misaki will be taking care of any need you have for the duration of your experience today. Each bag contains a customized robe, slippers, a skincare kit by Starlight Cosmetics, some snacks, and a handful of other samples provided by the companies at last night's event. They're all partners of SHIELD Industries, so we're always getting samples or full products of their latest items before they release. I'll be joining shortly, but there are a few things I have to take care of in order to better prep the grand opening. You're the best, Melissa. Let's not dawdle, ladies. We've got an entire day of pampering to get done. Mina brazenly led the way into the changing room after grabbing her bag, the others quickly following suit. The room felt more like a palace with its modern yet classy appearance. Marble countertops with motion sensor waterfall faucets, large mirrors trimmed with warm backlights, woven baskets filled with shampoo and conditioners alongside hygiene products. Spotless black marble illuminated softly with each step the women took, instantly earning the attention of Mina and Toru. Oh my god, the floors react to your steps. Toru, you run that way, and I'll go this way. Ready? Set? Go. The two raced to opposite sides of the changing room with shrieks of pure glee as the floors kept up with their antics, each large tile glowing as the pressure plates beneath triggered. Luckily for 𝗧𝗑𝐽, Tsu was still holding on to her arm, otherwise the brunette would have already collapsed at the thought of what this room alone cost to customize. The outside already looked extravagant, but apparently SHIELD Industries strived to go above and beyond for their clientele. This is absolutely marvelous. It reminds me of the La Réserve Geneva in Switzerland. I've never been there, though father has on multiple occasions when he had business abroad. The staff were kind enough to let him send me some pictures so I could see it as well. Must be nice growing up a rich kid, Jiro lightly teased. Yamamoto flushed with a nervous chuckle. Forgive me, I should know better than to flaunt my privileged life so casually. You're all more than welcome at any of our family homes and properties, of course. Oh relax, Momo, now that we're celebrities, we have more wealth than we know what to do with. Besides, I'll bet not even your bathroom can top this place. Mina bounced around the room examining the fine quality with curious fingers, partner in crime Toru hot on her trail. They opened every drawer, cabinet, personal steam room, private shower doors, even the bathroom stalls, before Jiro put a stop to it. They didn't need to be prying into every little detail in the over-extravagant room. No. While my family lives in the lap of luxury, we generally tend to avoid the egregiously extravagant upgrades. 𝐒𝐐 Industries certainly goes above and beyond for their clients. That's for sure. Now let's get ready for a day of relaxation, ladies. _B_. Minoru Mineta had often been called a creeper, stalker, pervert, disgusting to even look at let alone talk to, yet his particular set of skills often meant he snagged rare, valuable snaps that newspapers fought over for the highest price. Ever since he'd managed to get behind-the-scenes pictures of Heavenly Ray bathing nearly naked in an outdoor onsen in the hillside of Kyoto, his success and income has skyrocketed by nearly threefold. Now as he was propelling his tiny body through the spacious vent system of 𝐒𝐐 Industries' yet-to-open luxury spa, the drive of capturing 𝐸𝐴 in the flesh as they stripped down to what nature gave them had his mouth watering at the thought. Long had he sought after a shot of their luscious bodies bared to him and his lens. He'd been dreaming of this moment for weeks now. Come on, ladies, give me that money-making shot. Ventilation system motion detected. Airflow to sections B through D have been rediverted to section A main connector and C subsection. Commencing with purge to clear debris. Thank you and have a nice day. An automated voice resonated politely in the steel shafts, and for a moment Mineta was positive he'd been caught in the act by someone looking up through a grate. Quickly glancing around to see the culprit, he looked everywhere in the near vicinity, but couldn't find any open vents lining the floors or walls. A loud clunk startled the purple-haired man, and before he could even panic crawl 10 feet forward, a rumble shook the metal, then seconds later he was flying backwards from the force of air expelling him from the vents. What the hell is going on? Mineta screeched as he was forced back through the vent system he so tediously gained access to, small body curled inward to protect the expensive camera as he bounced against the walls on his way out. A metal shutter clanked open to expel him up and outside behind the building. Luckily a nice, cushioned pad was laid out in the bottom of the dumpster to avoid crushing his body completely. The lid slammed down on it with a pneumatic click before all four sides slowly lowered to reveal steel bars trapping him in a cage. A red flashing light attached to the outside began going off in a silent alarm. Even his smaller-than-average body couldn't fit through the just narrow enough bars to escape the punishment surely waiting. Those helpless, naked women would have to wait until next time. What the, Mineta? What the hell are you doing here? Kaminari skidded around the corner with Melissa and Bakugo hot on his heels, the three staring at the sheepishly laughing man sitting inside the makeshift prison. Bakugo immediately turned on the silent rage as Melissa made to release him from the trap. Kaminari let out a huge groan while shaking his head. Bro, seriously? You're trying to sneak a picture of the girls while they're having a private spa day, and through the vents no less? I thought you were past that creeper stage. This isn't high school anymore, Mineta, you're a grown-ass adult climbing through the vents to get indecent pictures of celebrities. You two know each other? Melissa asked incredulously while punching in a code to the pin pad that emerged from the exterior wall beside the cage. Went to school together along with Bakugo and pretty much the rest of Kurishima's security force. I was wondering why he'd gone quiet for a few weeks, but I guess this is why. The bars emitted a loud beep before retracting back down into the ground without a trace. Mineta jumped to his feet while keeping the camera hidden behind his back with one hand. You know, you shouldn't booby-trap ventilation systems like that because it could have been a technician or an innocent lost animal. There could be serious charges pressed against you if someone like that got injured. Shut it, perv, and give me that damn camera behind your back before I break your arms to get it. Bakugo snarled while lunging for the perverted freak trying to sneak a picture of his clients. Mineta dodged at the last second and began his run towards freedom until the camera strap snapped taut around his wrist, sending him straight back against the ground. The blonde held the electronic between both hands, then put all of his bodily force into smashing it to smithereens. No. Do you know how much that camera cost? I can take you to court over that because I have rights. Mineta bawled as the pieces rained over the ground, his tiny hands frantically trying to save them. Bakugo dropped the rest of it, then yanked Mineta up by the back of his black collared shirt to glare right into his frightened eyes. Who are they going to believe? Some sniveling pervert breaking and entering into a top-notch Shield Industries operated business that was closed due to a private event, or a well-known celebrity manager looking out for his clients alongside Red Riot Security, who has an impeccable record of providing the highest level of protection while strictly abiding by the law. Miss Shield, feel free to press charges against this freak of nature, 'cause I can promise you he'll keep trying until he gets what he wants. I suggest you drop the memory card too, Mineta. You're not going to slip any photos of the women on my watch. Kaminari, aren't you supposed to be my friend? Why won't you save me from this? Kaminari grimaced and opened his mouth to say something until Bakugo turned his narrowed crimson gaze to him. A chill ran up his spine fast enough to cause a violent shiver. Man didn't even have to say a damn word to be intimidating. He nervously ran a hand against the back of his neck while staring at his friend helplessly. Sorry man, I'm on the clock right now, so I have to do what Kirishima and Bakugo say. You really shouldn't be crawling through the vents anyways, especially when it's owned and operated by Shield Industries. Their security systems are pretty top-notch, considering you were detected within a few minutes of crawling through the vents. Cough up the card so we can get this over with. Mr. Bakugo, Melissa started a bit uneasily. He turned his barely neutral gaze to her questioningly, so she continued. Normally I'm all for pressing charges against those trespassing, especially those trying to invade the complete privacy of our clients, but maybe he can be of some use to me. The ventilation system picked him up a bit slower than I like, so my thought is to use him to continue working out the kinks in the coding. If you would like to press charges, then I won't keep pushing the idea, though I would like you to think about it. It's difficult to find someone the right size for the vents, and he seemed to fit rather well. It's your choice, Miss Shield, though right now he needs to be interrogated by me and Kirishima to find out if he's been leaking their schedule to the press. You can have him back in a few hours if he survives the questioning. Kaminari, take him directly to Kirishima and make sure he doesn't try to toss anything in the process. I'll let him know you're on the way. You got it, Bakubro. Kaminari flinched at the sneer forming on the blonde's face, before quickly detaining Mineta with zip-tie cuffs and steering him towards the front of the building. Bakugo swiped a hand down his face. One thing after another. He tapped on the comm resting in his ear. Kirishima, Kaminari's on his way with a roach that was caught in the vent system. Once I make sure everything's good back here, we're going to interrogate him. He was trying to get pictures of the women. Seriously? How did he get past all of us? I'll tighten up the perimeter and send a few guys inside to make sure there's no one else. Melissa with you? Yeah. I'll escort her back inside when we're done. Copy. _B_. 5 hours later, and all 6 women of 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐵 plus Melissa were laid out in lounge chairs sipping on complimentary spring water poolside of the majestic built-in waterfall feature outside of the saunas. Massages, pedicures, manicures, facials, hot stones, saunas, heated jacuzzi, specially prepared meals, and even a highly unseen Turkish bath had been thoroughly tested and approved by the women. They were all 100% relaxed and rejuvenated, meaning Shield Industries got a 1,000,000% approval rate from the celebrities. Achiko stretched out happily with arms high above her head, a satisfying pop of her back releasing a sigh. This was just what the doctor had ordered. Well, rather what Deku had ordered behind all of their backs. Your facility is top-notch, Melissa. I could spend weeks at a time here. You're the best, girly. Mina called out from a few chairs down with a lazy wave to the blonde. I'm so glad it has your approval. I appreciate you all taking the time to test everything out for me. I wanted to ensure every possible aspect of total relaxation and rejuvenation was customized to the client, and luckily my father included a wide variety of services. I wasn't always able to travel with him when he visited a handful of countries to get in-person notes, though he sent plenty of photos for me to look at. There are a few things I'd like to tweak, though overall I'm happy with the results. I see they speak for themselves. Melissa sat up to smile at the band resting more than comfortably poolside in their plush robes. She was grateful they took up the offer to test the facilities, and the band was more than welcome to visit any time for free. Add on the fact that one of her favorite bands was in her presence, which made it that much better. It was our pleasure to be the first ones to experience such a luxurious day spa. Thank you very much, Melissa. I'm sure the rest of the girls will agree that this was just what was needed. I will absolutely recommend this to all of my family's close clients. 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐻𝐼 sat up with hands clasped eagerly at the prospect of spreading the good word. Whenever it came to business, the momager always zeroed in on the possibilities. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 often wondered if it was in her genes, with how naturally it turned on. Business, smishness, we're here to relax. Which I have thoroughly done, to the point that I've forgotten what was scheduled for the rest of the day. Didn't we have to see 𝗧𝗵𝗲 about something or other? Mina lazily rolled a hand in the air, trying to recall their very simple schedule planned the next 2 days. Toru sat straight up with a surprised expression and mouth opened wide as the realization washed over her. Oh. I know. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 had some prototype costumes for the tour ready and wanted us to come by in the afternoon to check them out. I vaguely remember her calling this morning, but it was super early, so I don't remember all of the details. I don't recall there being a time frame. I think she said whenever we had the time. Maybe we should have told Mr. Bakugo? Oh dear, 𝗎𝗎𝗄𝗧 placed a hand against her cheek as the women groaned in exasperation. Not informing Bakugo of an important meeting was on his list of things not to do, a list he severely emphasized that should never be broken, and here they had gone and forgotten to relay the information. Maybe he would forgive and forget? Well, this has been fun, Melissa, but we should really let Mr. Bakugo know of the prior engagement that he is not yet aware of. Have you seen him around? Psu asked as the band began slowly getting up from their more than comfortable lounge chairs, the disappointment of having to leave evident of their faces. I believe he and Kirishima were occupied with a work matter, though surely they're done by now. Why don't you ladies get dressed and I'll find out for you. I believe Izuku, Todoroki, and Kaminari are waiting just inside of the entrance for your departure. Don't forget to grab your goodie bags before you leave. I'll have Misaki prepare them in the meantime. Melissa stood and stretched as high as she could before shifting to have her hands clasped behind her back, a blinding grin etched on flawless skin. Didn't we already get those? Jiro asked with a tightening of the plush robe around her waist. She didn't want to accidentally have it fly open in case the bodyguards were closer than anticipated. Especially with Kaminari hanging around, the blonde obviously a pervert. You all received gift bags from our partners, but not anything directly from Shield Industries, and as a thank you for testing our facility, I've gifted you all something that only our company provides for the ultimate skin rejuvenation. The only thing I ask is that you open it only when you get home, because they're not something openly available to the public. I love you so much. If only I could marry you. Mina shrieked seconds prior to latching onto the blonde with as much force as she could, the others quickly swooping in for a group hug. The blonde could barely contain herself as the fangirl from within bubbled to the surface alongside a laugh. They parted after a good minute to go their separate ways with continuous thanks. Melissa waited until they had returned to the dressing rooms before heading to her own changing room located not too far from theirs. It was important to her that the clients had a separate, private area to feel comfortable in. After a quick switch back into her casual outfit, the infamous daughter of David Shield quickly linked up with Misaki to ensure the gift bags were readied and waiting for the pop stars. Nearly to the end of the hallway that led to the foyer of the spa, Melissa perked up when she heard a familiar voice muttering away. Izuku was crucially studying the architecture of the entryway as Todoroki and Kaminari shuffled around while waiting for their clients. As usual, the green-haired man was muttering behind his hand about the way the metals complemented one another, the perfect symmetry of the grand staircase that wound its way up to the second floor, the cleanliness of everything. In the beginning of his assignment with Shield Industries, Izuku had been super strict about protection and keeping up with a strict regiment and schedule, though after a few months she'd managed to get him to loosen up a bit more. It was obvious he took his job seriously, and for that she was thankful, but he often seemed to take things a little bit too seriously. Miss Shield, good morning. Todoroki spotted her first and gave a prompt greeting to the industrial heiress. She returned the greeting with a smile as Misaki appeared behind her with 3 bags in each hand, a name neatly written across their fronts. Good morning to you, Mr. Todoroki. I assume there have been no further problems with security? He shook his bicolored hair easily. She always thought it was a bit odd to have such a stark difference in hair colors, but what did she know? Maybe it was a trend she hadn't heard about yet in the fashion world. No further problems have arisen. Would you like me to carry those bags out? If it's alright, I'd like to gift them to the ladies first, though I do appreciate the offer, Mr. Todoroki. Izuku, is everything up to your standards? Melissa asked teasingly once the guard realized she was in the room. He ruffled his messy locks with an embarrassed laugh. Good morning, Melissa. Sorry about that, I got carried away when I started looking at everything closer. I'm impressed you managed to get your hands on Naxian marble, very uncommon to see it in Japan. I've heard it's difficult to acquire and expensive to move. Correct you are. Father had a business partner in Greece reach out to him after we delivered some medical equipment and asked if he would like to take some from his quarry. Turns out not too many people can afford the luxurious stone and it's getting harder to find, so it was a rare opportunity to receive some for a reasonable price. I feel bad for the movers who had to haul it in here, though it does tie in nicely with the dark maple banisters. The ladies should be ready in just a few more minutes, so I figured it would be best to wait out here in order to not crowd them. Melissa hummed happily with a quick glance over of the foyer. It had all come together nicely, and she was excited to see how the remainder of her clients would enjoy the spa. There were already 6 happy clients, so it was a good start. I really appreciate you getting them in so suddenly. I wasn't sure about asking for such a large favor. Melissa shook off the bow of thanks with an easy hand. Don't worry about it. Coincidentally, I needed a few guinea pigs, so it all worked out in the end. They all seemed to relax, and that's what mattered in the end. I get the feeling Miss Uraraka is a bit suspicious of you right now, because I may have let it slip that you reached out to me about today. My apologies about that. Melissa apologized with a laugh. She'd gotten so excited about the pop stars that the confidential conversation between her and Izuku slipped out a bit. Yeah, I kind of figured she was. I did bring up looking into yoga classes for her last night, though I didn't think their boss would approve of it without a fight. Ah, such a cute twosome. Got any dating deets for the rest of us single ladies over here? Mina led the pack of women from the dressing room with a skip in her step. The two flushed before stepping away from one another to find a distraction. The pinkette cackled until Toru smacked her upside the head for being so noisy after a peaceful morning. Ochako glanced between them for a few seconds, though redirected her curious gaze elsewhere once Deku looked over and they locked eyes. It was best not to pry into the situation when it wasn't her business, despite the gnawing curiosity growing within. Melissa quickly snapped back to business mode and handed out the bags to each band member in addition to their other goodie bag. They were a bit hefty, but each managed on their own. I truly appreciate everything you've done for us, Melissa. Honestly, Yaoyorozu clasped the blonde's hands within her own with pure sincerity oozing from each word. Please feel free to reach out to our company for whatever you need, we're in your debt. I'll be sure to pass along the word to Father as well. I appreciate it, Miss Yaoyorozu. I'll be sure to contact your company should the need arise. I wish you all the best of luck and I can't wait to see you at your opening show. Melissa beamed as the band filtered through the front door to the awaiting blacked-out vehicles. Once everyone was settled in their respective vehicles, Ochako and Tsu leaned back into their seats with water bottles in hand. Izuku sat up front as the driver navigated through the city with ease. The spa day was just what she needed, and the worries plaguing her constantly disappeared without a second thought. She should really thank Deku for having a part in that, but maybe not with Tsu sitting right next to her. It seemed more of a private moment rather than an outright casual conversation. Surprisingly, the ride was quiet, especially with how much of a talker Deku was, but for once it was nice to hear nothing but the road. At some point, she must have dozed off as her friend was soon nudging her arm to wake up. Ochako, we've arrived at 𝗧𝗵𝗲 place. You fell asleep shortly after we left and I'm surprised it took a while to wake you. Sue waited until her friend was a little more coherent before motioning to the now open passenger door. 𝗧𝗂𝐁𝐼 quickly shook her head to wake up before sliding out with Sue right behind her. Apparently she'd been more relaxed than she thought. I guess I haven't slept that well for a few months now, sorry to make you wait. Don't worry about it, you needed that sleep after last night's event. Mr. Bakugo apparently got a call from 𝗧𝗵𝗲 while we were relaxing, so he knew to send us here afterward. He even had the dress picked up, so it's already been cleaned. Here's hoping she hemmed it up a bit so I don't keep tripping. 𝗧𝗂𝐁𝐼 snorted a bit to herself before falling in line behind the other girls. May 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was what you called a creative designer with ideas way too wild for most of the public. Often she liked to add weird trinkets and electronics to the dresses, though more often than not it seemed the devices failed then caught on fire. As they reached the front doors, an explosion burst from one of the fifth-floor windows, heavy smoke billowing from the shattered window. The bodyguards quickly shuffled everyone inside to avoid the glass, and 𝗧𝗂𝐁𝐼 couldn't help but hang her head with a sigh. Or blow us up to smithereens in the process. May 𝗧𝗵𝗲 stared at her latest failed creation with one hand on her 𝗧𝗪𝐷 hip and the other wiping the remnants of the dress from her forehead. Apparently a faulty wire in the ring of fire harness went and lit up the whole thing like a tree at Christmas. Golden eyes stared at it for a few seconds more, before the woman merely shrugged it off to move on to the next thing. Failure was a part of the process, and she was no stranger to that. There was always something new to experiment on, more knowledge to learn, plenty more explosions to create. The world was her oyster, and she had barely cracked the surface of celebrity fashion. A coughing in the smokescreen that had become her office floor caught her attention, so she turned to see her assistant stumbling towards her with a hand to his mouth. Oh. There you are. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, are you kidding me right now? You just rained glass over your clients down below. You've got to stop experimenting before someone gets seriously injured or killed. Higuchi, did you forget that I planned ahead for that? The windows are all tempered glass, so they just fall harmlessly in small portions that would hurt about the same as a large beetle flying into your face. Besides, there's even nearly translucent netting to catch the chunks before they even hit the ground. Then they roll down the netting into a chute that transports them straight to a dumpster on the backside of the property. It's great, isn't it? Higuchi Maijima smacked a hand to his head as his boss paraded off to clean up the mess and hide away any client's apparel that may get damaged by another explosion. While he was grateful for the opportunity to work for such a prestigious designer, he often wondered if the life insurance policy he took out was high enough. Her eccentric personality definitely made her stand out in the world of fashion, with celebrities clamoring to get her work. But almost all of the inquiries were turned down unless she decided they were worthy. Currently, they barely had a dozen high-end clients and a good handful of retail stores they're partnered with, the latest clients being 𝐒𝐻𝐳𝐵ICE, an up-and-coming JPOP band that had been charting #1 since stepping into the spotlight 6 months ago. 𝗧𝗵𝗲? Is everything alright in here? Yaoyorozu called out from the doorway with a handkerchief shielding her mouth from the smoke. The other girls fanned at the air in front of them to clear the tangy burnt infiltrating their sinuses. Kirishima calmly reached around the entryway to flip a switch and an industrial fan whirled to life, easily sucking up the smokescreen into the ceiling. Yes, I'm just over here cleaning up my latest explosion, so come on in. I should really invent a robot or something to do this for me, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 said to herself while quickly picking up the chunks of smoldering fabric adorning the well-worn concrete tile. The first thing she made sure to do was strip the floors and have thick concrete laid down to prevent the entire building from going up in flames in the highly likely event her creations exploded. I was wondering when you ladies would show up. Angry Man wasn't happy that he didn't know about the appointment first. You should have heard the words coming out of his mouth. But pleasantries aside, I've got the first round of outfits ready for your trying. They'll still need some work, of course, though these are just mock-ups for the real thing. I've got your rooms ready, so walk right in and start back out. Thanks, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. The group called out before moving to their changing rooms. Is Miss 𝗧𝗵𝗲 always like this? Izuku asked while Kirishima casually swept into the room to look at the various design papers strewn on every piece of furniture. He carefully followed in his friend's footsteps in case the whole place was booby-trapped. He'd read up on the designer prior to their arrival, though seeing her in person seemed to be the opposite of the report. Explosions were definitely not listed under the personnel report, but the words "slightly crazy" were printed in red. Oh yeah, I've worked with her before, though normally she manages to keep the explosions under control during an appointment. Guess this is what happens when we don't schedule an exact time. So long as you don't touch anything, you should keep all of your fingers and toes, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. Kirishima laughed at his friend's sudden retraction of upper appendages. He knew they wouldn't be in any serious danger, but it didn't hurt to lighten the mood a bit after the spa incident. Plus, there seemed to be something going on between him and Miss 𝐎𝑗𝑢𝑟𝑖𝑘𝑎 that he was interested in digging further on. Nothing quite yet, as their partnership was still new, yet there was something lingering deep within. Or he was just imagining things, because he hadn't eaten since early in the morning. Also, Mina had been constantly bringing up the idea, so there was that idea brewing. Who's the new guy? I haven't seen him before, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 commented while dumping the burnt fragments into the nearly overflowing trash can against the wall, the metal lid clanking back down once she moved a foot from the pedal. Higuri popped out of a doorway with a broom and dustpan in hand to clean the smaller particles from the floor. Izuku 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, a pleasure to meet you, Miss 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Izuku held out a hand once she drew closer, and she quickly latched onto it for a quick shake. What he hadn't planned on was the woman circling him like a predator eyeing its prey, eyes going over every single inch of his body and making him very self-conscious all of a sudden. Is everything alright, Miss 𝗧𝗵𝗲? Oh yes, you have the perfect body to try out a new design I'm working on. Though you're a lot more muscly than I figured underneath the suit, but I can make minor adjustments as needed. Wait here while I get it for you. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 did a fast run over with her hands against his upper body, making sure to get a good visualization for the next project. Sorry 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, I forgot to warn you about her habit of feeling up men then using them as mannequins. Kirishima apologized as his friend stood there unsurely with a horrified expression. Definitely slipped his mind that she did that. He remembered the first time it happened to him and he didn't sleep well the next few days. She's really harmless aside from the explosions and inappropriate touching, that didn't come out right. Sorry. And no, it's fine. Guess this job proves there are some things left that I'm not prepared for. I'll make sure to prepare myself better the next time. Izuku tried to distract himself by looking anywhere but at the salmon-colored haired woman currently darting around the room grabbing fabric swatches with sharp shears clenched between her teeth. The poor man, whom he assumed was her assistant, just shook his head while continuing to clean up the debris. Apparently he was used to the daily craziness of his boss. Did 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 get groped by 𝗧𝗵𝗲? Mina called out from her changing stall, the 𝗵𝗃𝗏 peeking her head over the top of the door by standing on raised toes. Unfortunately, Kirishima answered and the woman merely snickered to herself before dropping back down. Don't worry about it, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, she's groped each and every one of us multiple times. She can take measurements just by touch and sight alone, so consider it an honor to have custom clothing made by 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Her measurements are never off by more than a few centimeters and rarely more than an inch. Toru tossed in with a hand wave over the door. Izuku raised his brows. She could do all that just by touch and sight? She'd have to have an extraordinary gift to do that, though her file did say she was the most sought-after designer in Japan. That's incredible. Can you really do that, Miss 𝗧𝗵𝗲? Izuku asked once the designer finally settled down at a nearby table with her pile of supplies. Apparently at some point she'd gathered a pair of goggles that she promptly lifted up to look at him. Of course. I have the ability to gather measurements by touch and sight alone within 15 centimeters or less, though one time I was off by nearly an inch because the client had been measured after a big lunch. The dress still came out perfect, yet required a simple pinning to make their figure really pop. I haven't made the same mistake since. Speaking of, did you ladies eat before this? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 suddenly whirled around on her spinning stool to stare down the band members as they emerged from the dressing rooms, scissors pointed in their direction without a care. Izuku resisted the urge to push them into a safer, downward positioning. If Kirishima wasn't showing any signs of distress, then it meant the designer was trusted even with dangerously sharp scissors being swung around. Not for over an hour, Melissa made sure our meals were light. Jiro supplied while looking herself over in the mock outfit. It was a black leather jacket with matching pants and a coral-colored shirt with a torn-up hem to add some edginess. White fingerless gloves with a thick black band fit snugly against her wrists as she moved them curiously. Heavy black combat boots completed the look, and overall, she was pleased with the outcome. "Jiro, you look so punk rock." "I'm loving it." Mina chirped with a happy bound out of her room, arms up to display her full look. A green and purple sleeveless one-piece clung tightly to every curve, a tan cropped jacket fit over the top with tufts of white fur lining the collar and trailing down to stop about chest level before a row of 3 buttons. A white mask covered her eyes, to create a more dynamic look. Tan and brown knee-high boots squeaked across the floor as she danced around to show off. "This feels a bit revealing," Yaoyorozu shyly emerged with hands clasped in front of her. A daring crimson-collared bodysuit with a deep plunging gap fit skin-tight to the curvaceous woman. It stopped just below the belly button before transitioning into a mid-thigh tan miniskirt. Silver markings symmetrically raced up against her sides to end as thin shoulder pads. A matching tan strip of leather connected both sides just below the collarbone to keep the barely held in place bosoms from springing free. Heeled V-cut leather boots pulled together the daring outfit. "But it looks so good. Show off that gorgeous body of yours, Momo." Toru praised with hands against her face excitedly. A 2-piece shimmering iridescent set glistened brightly under the fluorescent lights. The top resembled a swimsuit halter top with a section of the front cut out in the shape of a diamond, the edges trimmed black for a stark contrast and to draw attention to her assets. The bottom was a mid-thigh matching skirt that swished and swayed with the slightest of movements. Off-white, nearly gray boots added variety along with light blue gloves with pink stitching. "Everyone looks so good," Sue commented with a finger against smiling lips. A bright green jumpsuit acted like a second skin to the sea green-haired woman with 2 black lines trailing all the way down outlined with yellow. Thigh-high, webbed black heels clicked across the concrete floors as she moved around in the tight outfit. A tan belt wrapped around her hips and a similar one rested across her chest in a halter style. Thick banded cream gloves adorned her hands, though she took them off after a minute to stretch constrained fingers. "This outfit reminds me of my poison dart frog, Selkie. Achiko, are you ready?" This is embarrassing to wear out in public, let alone in front of other people." Achiko peered over her door with hands latched firmly on the wood. The moment she'd pulled it out of the bag, she knew it was going to be mortifying to wear in public, let alone her friends and the newly acquainted bodyguards. Everyone's gazes had her sinking a little lower to hide the embarrassment creeping onto her face. "Are you sure this is right, 𝗧𝗵𝗲? My outfits are never wrong, Miss 𝗧𝗪𝗏." 𝗧𝗵𝗲 happily called out without looking up from her sewing machine, the needle moving furiously through the layers of fabric. "It can't be that bad, Oka, just look at Momo popping her boobs out in front of everyone." Mina used both hands to point at the now flustering raven-haired leader. "That wasn't a very good comparison to make, Mina," Jiro pointed out with a grimace before taking her jacket off to give to Yaoyorozu, the woman quietly thanking her before slipping it on backwards. "I'm not used to things this tight or restricting. Can I get a skirt or something for this?" "A skirt will ruin the flow of the outfit, but I can give you some accessories to go with it." 𝗧𝗵𝗲 offered with one hand running the sewing machine and the other rummaging through a random pile of junk sitting in a bin beside her. After a moment, a clear bag of pink accessories appeared and she tossed them in the direction of Izuku, who was closest. "Go give these to her and see if she likes them, otherwise I can adjust the outfit at a later time. These are still rough designs, and changes can still be made." Izuku made his way over to the dressing rooms with all eyes on him, causing his nerves to flare up internally. Achiko peeked over the door once more, awaiting the miracle fix to be delivered, though not by Izuku. She figured one of the girls would grab it for her, but there was her personal bodyguard holding up the bag of mystery items to her with the same uneasiness lurking behind her iridescent eyes. Thankfully he stood far enough away to avoid seeing over the door with his height, a hand coming up to shield his gaze with a turned head, and she quickly reached up to grab it before ducking back down, face inflamed with awkwardness. He quickly strolled back to his position beside Kirishima, who sent him a toothy smirk. Come on, the anticipation is killing me. Toru danced in spot with Mina as they awaited the final member of the band to reveal her custom outfit. 𝗬𝗏 walked over to the door after another few minutes of inactivity and knocked on the door lightly. It cracked open so the two could exchange words before 𝗬𝗏 turned to the bodyguards. Ochiko's asking if you two could turn around while she comes out. She isn't comfortable with you two staring at her for the time being. Of course. Kirishima and Izuku replied in sync before completely turning around with a hand over their eyes just in case their peripherals picked up the movement. Ah, you guys are so cute. Such gentlemen. Mina cooed before Toru shut her up with an arm smack, the two instantly starting a small slapping fight. Jiro pinched the bridge of her nose with an exasperated sigh. The stress was starting to creep back in with these two and their squabbles. Ochiko made sure they were both looking away before slowly opening the door with nervous hands twisting at her front. A snug pink and black bodysuit clung uncomfortably to her curvy body with coordinating pink knee-high bubble boots that had high black heels. 3 black dots lined down her chest before switching to a black line that started around the pelvic area to go who knows where. The accessories 𝗧𝗵𝗲 provided didn't help much, the weighty material pressing into her skin near pressure points on her neck and hips. A thick pink belt with an opening on the front fit snugly against her hips, while an odd headpiece that looked like a space helmet covered her head. By far it was the most embarrassing thing she'd ever worn, and the overwhelming urge to run back into the dressing room to change nearly had her body moving in reverse until 𝗬𝗏 gently took her wrist to bring her out. Damn girl, I knew you had a rocking body, but this just proves it to the rest of the world. Why would you try to hide such a rare gem? Mina complimented as she pulled the woman over to the large mirrors outside of the rooms, standing her front and center to show her what she was talking about. The rest of the girls piled in behind to show support, but the brunette still remained uneasy. I know it feels a little out of place, and I'm sure 𝗧𝗵𝗲 can make some adjustments to make it more comfortable for you. I do feel a bit too revealing in this just because our audience leans more to the younger side. Maybe we can add more fabric. Yaoyorozu agreed while pulling Jiro's jacket tighter across her front. I love mine. I can sparkle and shimmer on stage all I want to. Toru beamed with a twirl of her body. I'd like to lose the gloves if I can just because it'll throw off the sound of the guitar and make it harder to hit the fast notes. They would be great for photo ops, but not so much when playing. As long as I can rock out in mine, I don't really have any complaints. But what I'm worried about is whether or not we're going to get hot in these performing on stage. If we're doing a whole set in the peak of summer, then these are going to become a sticky problem fast. Mina pointed out, with a finger. The girls mumbled their agreeance. True. The material on some of these would be less than ideal performing on stage, especially if we're jumping and moving around a lot. The show should be starting more towards the evening, but that doesn't help more than a little bit. I think these would be best for photo shoots and not performing. 𝗬𝗏 shook out her feet one at a time to help loosen up the tight boots. Definitely not her style to be wearing skin-tight leather boots. Performing? No. These aren't performing clothes, they're meant for photo shoots and meet and greets. The material isn't designed to handle high body heat levels for extended periods of time, otherwise the risk of combustion increases by 236%. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 turned around on her stool with goggles resting against her temple, the designer staring down the band who looked a little more than horrified at the thought of combustion. The fabrics are custom made by myself in collaboration with Higuchi over there cleaning up the results of my latest design, so they're meant to withstand low levels of stress while remaining completely flexible and comfortable. Anything over 105 degrees will start the combustion process, and that chain reactions into full-on flames within minutes. These are display outfits, not functional ones. Those are over there on the mannequins, with your names pinned to the necks. I wish you would have told us that sooner, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Kirishima called out without removing his hand from his face. The woman often didn't communicate clearly, which led to some confusion from the get-go. The band sighed with visible relief, before quickly moving to gather the correct, non-combusting articles of clothing. The doors shut as the women swapped costumes once more. My brain's a little fried from working on their costumes all night. Who needs sleep, right? 𝗧𝗵𝗲 cackled, then tossed a ball of fabric at Izuku, who quickly grabbed it after it smacked him in the face. He curiously looked down at it before moving to look up at her, but she was already on the other side of the room shuffling the bare mannequins around. With both hands, he carefully opened it up and held it at arm's length. It was a dark green zip-up jacket with thick black lines jutting out over the sides before trailing up and connecting with similar lines on his shoulders at his biceps. The lines went all the way down to the wrists as well as the bottom of the jacket. It had a nice, large hood that looked like it could fit over his messy locks and deep pockets as well. This jacket is a prototype that has Kevlar fibers weaved with carbon fiber particles to produce bulletproof apparel that is both fashionable and serves as a personal protectant. While it can handle a few rounds from a gun, it also offers great ventilation for those swampy Japan summers, and even has interior pockets for your cell phone. I need you to be my guinea pig, Mr. Bodyguard, and in exchange you can keep the jacket. Thank you very much, Miss 𝗧𝗵𝗲, it looks amazing. What do I owe you for this? Izuku turned to the designer only to find her nowhere to be seen, both he and Kirishima looking around for the elusive woman. Where did she go, Higuri? Kirishima asked her poor assistant, who had finally finished cleaning up the exploded dress, the broom and dustpan returning to their spot in the closet. The redhead just pointed to a second door, nestled in the back of the studio, that had a bright yellow warning sign on it. Don't tell me. Yes, she did. I told her time and time again that it wasn't a good idea to combine electronics and fabric, but she won't listen to me. I would advise you leave as soon as possible before another explosion occurs, or she makes one of the ladies try it on for research purposes. The door slammed open and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 emerged with a rolling mannequin draped in layers of fabric, and it seemed normal until she stopped it in front of the dressing rooms. Higuri quickly found something else to do as 𝗧𝗵𝗲 prepared the grand display by dragging out the extension cord from underneath another fabric-covered bench. Kirishima ran a hand through his spiked hair. This wasn't going to end well. What do you think, boys? Mina draped herself against the outside of her changing room, with one arm holding onto the door and the other resting against her hip. A short black high-waisted skirt sat on her hips as a loose-cropped white shirt fit over her chest. Both shoulders were exposed and suspenders helped keep the shirt from lifting up from a sudden draft or excessive movement. Across the front read 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 in gold cursive. Large hoop earrings drew attention to amber eyes staring directly at Kirishima, thick lashes fluttering for dramatic effect. Gold chains looped from the back of the suspenders to clasp against the front two belt loops, small star trinkets lining every few chains for extra bling. Complementing garter belts lined both thighs before short black combat boots finished off the look, and Mina sashayed her way over to the mirror for a better look over. It suits you very well, Miss Ishido, Kirishima replied kindly, the lack of more enthusiasm disappointing the pinkette trying so hard to lure him in. My turn. Toru announced with a dramatic exit from the dressing room. She had on a loose-sleeved white shirt, though a half-corset supported her chest and clung to her hips before transitioning into a slightly too large pair of black shorts with folded hems. Golden stars were intricately sewn into the mesh of the corset, with matching waterfall earrings trailing down to just touch her shoulders. Bedazzled canvas shoes glimmered brightly in the fluorescent lights, and Toru happily kicked them up to show them off to Mina. I'm starting to dig the leather jacket trend, Jiro announced with a slight adjustment of the thick yet lightweight leather jacket. A white halter dress with a mesh overlay trailed down to her knees, thick combat boots reaching mid-calf. Not much jewelry was included with her outfit, mainly due to the fact that she didn't generally like it or wear it often, but a simple golden star tri-layered necklace draped over the front of the dress. These are much better for performing, 𝗬𝗏 commented with a full glance over herself. Nearly oversized black overalls, paired with an off-shoulder white frock top, gave a cute but mature look to the green-haired woman. Dark green canvas shoes adorned her feet, and she wiggled her toes experimentally to see if there was enough room. An ankle chain with golden stars wrapped around her left ankle and simple dangling stars hung from her ears. I agree, Psu, these are much better and more comfortable. 𝐎𝐩𝐢𝐻𝑚𝐲 agreed with a graceful exit from her room. Similar to Mina's high-waisted skirt, hers was white with a black button-up blouse that had loose open sleeves and black sheer tights underneath. Red heels added a pop of color, and of course golden star jewelry adorned her delicate neck and ears, simple chains crafted in a dripping manner. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, come on. You don't get to hide this time. Mina called through the door with a loud knocking, the others crowding around to see. Izuku and Kirishima quickly turned around with a hand over their eyes just in case she was shy about this outfit as well. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 let out a sigh before pushing open the door, a collection of gasps filling the room. The outfit wasn't as bad as the revealing one, but it was going to take some adjustment. Girl, Toru breathed as they stepped back to let her out. I say this in a loving way, but hot damn, you look sexy. Like, please come home with me now, sexy. How do you keep on doing this? You look really good, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Psu happily added to boost her friend's morale. She could tell she was still a bit uneasy, though not as much as before, especially since this outfit offered looser coverage. How do you feel in this one? 𝐎𝐻𝐢𝐻𝑚𝗲 asked gently while guiding her to the large mirror. Jiro stood on her other side to escort her. A lot better than the other one, that's for sure. The skirt stops a good 2 inches or so above the top of my foot, so I shouldn't have any problems with tripping, but there's a bit of a heel on the shoes. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 grabbed the top layer of soft tulle to move it around. It didn't seem like such a complicated outfit, a high-waisted button-up skirt that stopped just above mid-thigh and a full cover of sheer material that had a high slit on the right leg. A white ruffled halter top tied together by a thick silver buckle belt paired with low white heels, and everything worked together perfectly. Golden bracelets, necklace, and earrings gave a pop of color to the brunette's outfit. Seriously, you've been making everything work so well lately. I'm so jelly. Mina did a full walk around adjusting fabric as needed to smooth out the wrinkles before stopping in front of 𝗧𝗵𝗲 with hands firmly landing on her bare shoulders. You look like a damn queen. Now show these lovely boys the confidence you showed us last night performing in front of that crowd. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 begrudgingly turned around towards the bodyguards who were still facing the other way to be respectful. She really didn't want them dragged into this fashion show that Mina was forcing upon them all, but the pinkette wasn't giving her much of a choice with the firm hands gripping down on her shoulders. We really don't have to do this. Of course you do. I need others to judge my outfits so I can take their critiques and either trash the clothing or revamp it into something brand new. 99% of being a designer is the actual creativity part. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 mumbled as she held some wires in between her teeth while making some adjustments to the odd-shaped dress resting on the mannequin. What's the 1%? Jiro asked cautiously as a spark jumped from the end of the exposed wires, the flame getting a little too close for comfort to the likely flammable fabric. Not giving a pig shit about what people say. I figured that's what you would say. Can you two boys turn around and give us your honest opinions before the crazy inventor over there blows us all up? Strike a pose, ladies, and pretend this is a photo shoot. Mina ordered the rest of the band to assemble while shifting 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to stand at the front, grabbing Jiro's arm to place it on the brunette's shoulder for a casual lean. Psu leaned forward with a hand on her thigh, the other against the small of her back, as 𝐎𝐻𝗢𝗍 wrapped one arm under her chest and placed the other hand against her face lightly with a tilted-up head. Toru and Mina crouched to either side of the remaining girls, with one knee on the ground and the other leg stretched out, hands up in finger guns. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 took in a deep breath before shifting into a pose she'd practiced a lot to get used to the photo shoots. Right hand lightly grasping Jiro's waist, while the left slid up to rest underneath her jawline as a casual support, head slightly tilted up and to the left. Hips tilted towards the lead singer with knees together and one foot popped out. She put on her best model face and hoped she didn't look ridiculous. The first time she ever posed had Mina instantly correcting her, guiding her to become more relaxed and slip into a movement that felt more natural. Not like this pose felt natural at all, but it had become the one she used the most without realizing. We're turning around now, 𝗓𝐻𝐼 announced before dropping his hand and turning on his heel in one swift movement. A grin took over his face and he nudged 𝗧𝗂𝐻𝐿 to turn around already, the green-haired man quickly facing the pop stars. Their iridescent eyes widened a bit as they took in the women before them. The air they gave off was saturated in confidence and fierceness. Each member was posed expertly with faces stoic, their bodies perfectly lined up on the mock stage that was 𝗧𝗵𝗲 studio. What surprised him the most was that Miss 𝐒𝐬𝐻𝑖 had gone from shy to nearly sultry in the blink of an eye. While they were all naturally beautiful and elegant, it was the fact that she'd switched so suddenly and easily that caught his attention. Wow! You're all so beautiful and powerful, the perfect combination to show the world. Keep up the great looks, ladies. Let me send a picture to 𝗵𝘃𝗲 real quick so he can see what the new outfits look like. You all look great, and I think the outfits complement not only your natural beauty, but your individual personalities as well. The black and white are a nice stark difference, though the eyes are drawn to the golden chains and stars to add a nice pop. Miss 𝗧𝗵𝗲 really outdid herself, you ladies look fantastic. 𝗧𝗂𝐻𝐿 said genuinely with a shy smile, his index finger lightly scratching at his face. The girls all flushed at the comments, before turning into a big giggling pile. 𝗬𝐻𝐿 allowed herself to be enveloped by the swarm of women with a wave of relief washing over her. Maybe she was just overthinking everything when it came to being uncomfortable in front of the bodyguards. They remained respectful of her uneasiness by turning around whenever she left the changing room and not looking until given the okay. She appreciated the gesture more than they knew. Whatever adjustments you want me to make, let me know now so everything's ready for the show next month. Now, who wants to watch me light this baby up? Before anyone could answer, don't. The mad scientist plugged the cable in and a loud explosion followed suit, which resulted in the smoke detectors going off. A prompt evacuation of the building had everyone outside awaiting the fire department. 𝗓𝐻𝐼 signaled for the SUVs to pull up while Higueri handed each band member their original clothes that were safely picked up before the evacuation. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 removed her ashen goggles to stare up at the smoke billowing out from the already blown windows with a wide grin. Higueri, you moved their photo shoot outfits into the spare studio before this, right? Yes, 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Higueri sighed with his head hung low. It was going to take a long time to clean up the studio after this incident. He tried his best to hide any electrical component from his employer, but in the end she always found them or had spares hiding around in various bins, desks, and even the ceiling. Luckily, he had been well trained by the reoccurring events to move all client items to another room that seals from the outside to prevent smoke or fire damage. Perfect. Let's extinguish this baby now. A small black remote appeared in her hand and a single press of a big red button had a thick, white foam filling every crevice of the studio before it began seeping through the broken windows to crawl down the exterior glass. You have an entire extinguishing system that you could have used this entire time, yet you chose to wait until we all ran outside in fear for our lives. Mina spoke in a dull monotone as amber eyes looked between the foam continuously spewing out of the broken window and the oblivious designer who was spitting out new ideas to Higueri, the redhead quickly jotting down the notes as fast as he could. The other girls matched her blank expression, while 𝗧𝗂𝐻𝐿 and 𝗓𝐻𝐼 merely shook their heads in disbelief. Do you think I'd let my studio burn to the ground? Besides, I needed to know how your outfits functioned while running, and they passed with flying colors. I'll let Angry Man know when the next batches of clothing are ready for your trying. Thanks for stopping by. I've already sent the bill to your boss. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 flashed a thumbs up at the JPOP group before striding confidently back into the smoking building with her assistant hot on her heels. This was an eventful day, but I think I'm ready for some actual food now. Jiro supplied casually once fire engine sirens began growing louder. A crowd of people had grown to see what was happening to the building, so 𝗓𝐻𝐼 and 𝗧𝗂𝐻𝐿 quickly diverted them towards the pulling up vehicles. 𝗧𝗂𝐻𝐿 held the door open for 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏𝗁 before entering through the passenger door with ease. He carefully kept his jacket on his lap once the driver pulled out. 𝗬𝗏𝗁 curiously tried to glance at what he had and noticed his head tilting slightly to the left awaiting her question. It almost freaked her out with how perceptive he was, but she supposed that's what bodyguards are trained to do. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, did 𝗧𝗵𝗲 give you something? Yes, she gave me a custom jacket that supposedly is pretty resistant when it comes to defense. I haven't had the chance to try it on yet, but if what Miss 𝗧𝗵𝗲 says is correct about never being more than a few centimeters off, then I have no doubt it'll fit just fine. Would you like to see it? 𝗧𝗬𝐻 asked while glancing in the rearview mirror at the two women. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 eagerly nodded, so he handed it back to her for them to examine. It's weird how it's so lightweight, but when you press against the material, it almost hardens up. That's so cool, Sue commented with her best friend agreeing. I wonder what something like this would cost. Actually, knowing that 𝗧𝗵𝗲 can make precise outfits with just a quick feel up and spit out complete sets of clothing overnight, I'm just going to retract that statement. I don't want to know what something like that would cost, and I'm sure Mr. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 doesn't like the numbers either. 𝗧𝗏𝗂 laughed uneasily before folding and handing the jacket back to her bodyguard. Money was a touchy subject, growing up rather poor once her family's construction business lost clients, and even though she had more than enough funds to buy whatever she wanted, she always bought food on sale to pinch pennies. Mina argued that since the entire band was making more than enough to buy 𝗧𝗏𝗂 whatever she wanted, though the brunette still refused. We never decided where we were going for lunch, Sue suddenly pointed out as their SUV followed behind the lead vehicle stopped at a red light. They were headed through downtown, though no one ever mentioned their next location. I know Jiro mentioned food, but we never decided on what to eat. Does that mean 𝗵𝗃𝗲 picked out a location ahead of time? Don't know, but I'm ready for food. 𝗧𝗏𝗂 agreed eagerly. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 hasn't mentioned anything specific regarding the schedule. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, what's for lunch today? 𝗧𝗬𝗂 pressed his earpiece to ask his boss to get an answer, seeing as his work phone suddenly had 0 bars. While the route seemed familiar, it was the fact that neither the driver or 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 had confirmed any other appointments for today or tomorrow and didn't seem to be giving up an answer. The driver barely glanced at him even when he had narrowed eyes, burning a hole into the side of his head. Something wasn't right. The drivers always responded when prompted on the designation or even to basic questions. This one hadn't said a single word. They were in the company vehicles, but the drivers had been swapped out without warning. Damn it, he should have been paying more attention to his surroundings. He needed to act fast, before they were taken to an unknown location. I don't know, but do you think 𝗵𝗃𝗲 would want some ramen? I'm sure Todoroki would like some soba, but what about Miss Uraraka and Miss 𝗧𝗵𝗲? There's this one place that the number 7 will knock your shoes off with the spice level. Hey man, you hungry? 𝗧𝗬𝗂 heard the sickening thud of a punch landing and the line went dead soon after. He had to remain calm in order to prevent panic from arising and giving away what he was about to do. The driver seemed to be squinting at the car in front of him, wondering why there was so much commotion going on, and before he could swing his eyes around to look at 𝗧𝗬𝗂, the bodyguard whacked him as hard as he could in the side of the neck to render him unconscious. Oh my god, Deku? 𝗧𝗏𝗂 gasped as he suddenly began crawling over the knocked-out driver to open the door. He promptly shoved the man far enough into the street to avoid being run over before slamming the door shut and stepping on the gas with a heavy foot. Kirishima had already gotten rid of his driver and was a few car lengths ahead already. A quick glance behind him showed Todoroki expelling his stunned fraud as well. What's going on? Why did you do that? I need you ladies to hang on to anything you can, we're making an emergency escape. These are 𝗏𝗏𝗏's company vehicles, but those weren't our drivers. 𝗧𝗬𝗂 kept focused eyes on the traffic all around them, trying to predict who was going to merge, turn, or slow down. Kirishima blasted through the intersections like a madman and 𝗧𝗬𝗂 did his best to keep up. Calling him through the vehicle was a risk he couldn't take, seeing as the Bluetooth system could have been tampered with. Miss Uraraka, Miss 𝗧𝗲𝗄, could either one of you call 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and see if he answers? I can't risk using the car system in case it's been tampered with. Please put it on speaker if you can. Here, 𝗧𝗏𝗄 shakily took out her phone and tried to unlock it until a sharp maneuver sent the device tumbling to the floor. I dropped it, sorry Deku. That's okay, don't worry about picking it up right now. I don't want you getting injured trying to grab it. I've got mine, 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Sue dug out hers before dialing her boss number. It rang once, twice, made it halfway through the third ring, then it picked up. What do you need, 𝐎𝐩𝐢𝐴? Bakugo's voice filled the vehicle loud and clear, the blonde seemingly unaware of what was going on currently. 𝗏𝗏, our drivers have been swapped out for unknowns. I'm starting to think they've knocked out our phone service as well. What's your location? What the hell are you talking about, Deku? What do you mean the drivers have been swapped? The usual guys showed up here before heading back to 𝗧𝗵𝗲's place less than half an hour ago. Status, 𝗏𝗏. Izuku barked at the phone with little patience for questioning. He was waiting to see if he was still at the office or not so he could have him meet up at 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗵𝗲's mansion once the property was secured. A car tried to switch lanes, but he laid on the horn which forced them back over sharply. They flipped him off as the vehicle sped by. There was no telling if anyone was following, so they needed to get out of the busy areas as soon as possible. I'm leaving the office to head to the house. I'll call the rest of the guys in and have them sweep the perimeter before I get there. Kendo, initiate a lockdown. No one in or out, understand me? Bakugo ordered to his receptionist. Izuku could hear him cussing under his breath as his keys jingled to fit into the ignition. The car roared to life and he could hear the phone switch to hands-free. How the hell could this have happened? Are you two alright? We're fine, just a little shaken. Sue answered instead of 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who had a hand pressed lightly against her mouth. Motion sickness was one of her weaknesses, and the car just kept swerving around so much. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 is getting a little motion sick though. I'll be fine, eventually. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 leaned her head back to try and quench the nausea rolling in her core, Sue rubbing her shoulder to help. I'm sorry Miss 𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐻𝑖, I'll try to ease up on the steering. Miss 𝐎𝐻𝑢𝐴, can you please call Miss 𝗧𝗏𝗧 and turn this into a conference call? Please also try to get either Miss 𝐎𝐬𝐬𝑜𝑧𝑢 or Miss 𝐭𝐽𝐻𝑜. Izuku glanced in the rearview mirror to make sure she was ready for the instructions. A quick nod of her head had the three vehicles connected together in a call. Kirishima, Todoroki, 𝗏𝗏 is on the line and he's headed to the mansion to clear the premises. Ojiro should be there already along with Kaminari, Sato, Shoji, and I'm going to call the big three in as precaution until we figure out what's going on. Bakugo, did anything happen on your end? Kirishima interjected first to gather the needed information. They could hear Mina and Toru pleading for him to be careful as he sped through traffic. Like I told Deku, your usual drivers showed up at the office less than half an hour ago, then took off to regroup with you. People don't just disappear, so where the hell are your men, Kirishima? I've got no idea. We need to send someone to cover the distance between your office and 𝗧𝗵𝗲's place to make sure they weren't jumped then dumped along the route. Our phones aren't working right now, which is why we're using the lady's personal ones. This had to have been planned, Bakugo, I don't see any other reason for this. Todoroki, how are you holding up? We're fine on this end. The driver freaked out when he saw Midoriya kick out his, and he was halfway out the door, before I could react. I pushed him the rest of the way, and took off. Miss 𝐎𝐬𝐬𝑜𝑧𝑢 and Miss 𝐭𝐽𝐻𝑜 are holding up well. I don't think we're being followed, but we can't take that risk, seeing as they swapped out the drivers. I'm going to bypass and take back roads to reach the mansion. I've scouted out the route before, and it leads to a closed road that opens up to the newer section of the neighborhood. Izuku already had a secondary plan in case they were followed, but right now with them speeding through the outskirts of downtown, it looked like the coast was clear. Todoroki, divert east, while I take west. Bakugo will be coming in from the north, so 3 directions are covered. I'm going to call the others in and have a team sent out to scope the route taken from Bakugo's office to 𝗧𝗵𝗲's place. Cut connections for now. If everything goes smoothly, then I'll see you all in less than 30 minutes. Kirishima out. At least our day started out relaxing, Sue half-joked as Izuku turned off towards a tunnel that connected to the other side of the bay. It wasn't the fastest route across the waterway, but it acted as more of a secondary road when there was maintenance work on the bridge. I apologize for ruining your relaxing day, Miss 𝐎𝐻𝑢𝐴 and Miss 𝐬𝐬𝐬𝑜𝑧𝑢. I failed to realize there was a problem before we began driving, so I take full responsibility for this incident. Feel free to bring up my mistakes to Kirishima and Bakugo when you have the chance. Izuku apologized sincerely once they entered the tunnel, the bright sunny day turning yellow from the warm artificial lights. He clenched his hand on the steering wheel a little tighter. Things could have gone seriously south, and it was only his second day as their bodyguard. For years he'd strived to make sure everything was safe and sound, his clients were secured and comfortable, yet here they were escaping from some unknowns who had snuck into dynamite record vehicles without them knowing. His distraction of the events at 𝗧𝗵𝗲's place lapsed his judgment until 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐲 brought up the fact that they hadn't planned where to go yet. As long as everyone is fine, that's all that matters. It's not like anyone was expecting this to happen. You've done your job in protecting us, Midoriya, so don't beat yourself up over it. Apart from some increased heart rates and nausea on Ochiko's end, we're both unharmed though she's going to be incapacitated for some time after this. Tsu pat Ochiko on the back once the erratic driving calmed down, the brunette hunched over with her head in between her knees. I appreciate your confidence in me, Miss 𝗎𝗓𝗓. Just call me Tsu. Of course, Miss Tsu. Bakugo had made it to his client's mansion in record time, going nearly double the speed limit in the process, and hastily punched in the code to their gate. Kirishima had already called ahead to let the property security and his men know what the situation was, so as the blacked-out charger rumbled to a stop at the end of the long driveway, the guys were already waiting for him. As soon as he stepped out with a heavy scowl on his face, the guards knew he was about to blow his top. Property fully cleared? Yes, Bakugo, they replied in unison. Red eyes scanned over them scrutinizingly before he let out a rough sigh. What in the hell was going on? He'd just finished his interrogation of Mineta not too long ago, the purple-haired rat admitting to trying to sneak pictures of the women but denying leaking their schedules. Man claimed he'd heard the rumor that Shield Industries was opening another spa resort and that he went to investigate, though he said it was coincidental that 𝐒𝐽 was spotted walking in. After destroying the memory card, he released him and sent Melissa a message with the rat's number in case she wanted to use him to test out the ventilation system again. Now there were people attempting to kidnap the band members in broad daylight? Any signs of break-ins, damaged fencing or gates, even shifted bushes? I want to be 1000% positive that no one has even looked at the property. The girls are on their way back, so everything needs to be locked down and cleaned up. Bakugo barked while shutting his car door. A text pinged on his phone, so he pulled it out of his pocket to see. It was a text from Ishido, but was signed at the bottom by Kirishima. They were less than 5 minutes out. A second and third text soon came through with Deku and Todoroki using the girls' phones to display their ETAs. 3 and 6 minutes, respectively. They're almost back, so do another sweep of the property starting inside and working your way outside. I want literally every room, closet, curtain, blankets, whatever is movable, move it. Get going, you got 10 minutes to search. Yes, Bakugo. They all took off at a sprint to clear the house before the band returned. Bakugo leaned against the hood of his car with a hand digging around in his jacket's interior pocket, a cigarette and lighter popping out a moment later. Normally he avoided smoking on any client's property, but at this point it was either take a few drags or start destroying shit, as much as he liked the latter. There was enough shit to clean up around here, and he didn't want to add destroyed property added to the list. Keen ears picked up the sound of the gate opening, so he cocked his head to look down the drive. None of them should be arriving yet, so why was it opening up? A large puff escaped the corner of his mouth as he stood, a hand moving to the back of his waistband. A Glock 22 was nestled in a holster attached to his belt in the event he had to handle matters on his own. Wasn't the first time someone with a grudge had come after him. Slowly a maroon pickup truck made its way up the drive and towards him, the windows too dark to see who was driving it. Bakugo stood all the way up, took one last drag, then started walking towards the approaching vehicle with a hand on his gun. It didn't seem like a normal vehicle judging by the heavily darkened windows, but hell, drug dealers, mafia, gangsters all used modified vehicles to conceal their identities. The truck turned to park on the opposite side of his charger, and a familiar gold and blue sticker on the driver's side door had him dropping his hand back to his side. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝐻 Construction Company. I'll be damned, the big three finally show themselves. Could have done with a warning, 𝗃𝗏𝗧𝗏. Man, I hope this is the right place, or that's going to be a lot of explaining to do. A heavily built blonde laughed while exiting the truck, a hand running over his gelled-up locks. Piercing blue eyes swung to the noticeably annoyed man standing beside the charger, and his smile grew even wider. 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝐵𝑐𝗄𝐽 𝗂𝐵𝑐𝗄𝐽. A pleasure to see you again. How have things been? Getting some good business lately? Hey, this is the right place to be, right? You tell me, you're the one who managed to open the gate, so I would assume you knew where to go according to 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵's directions. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 scoffed, yet nonetheless took the outstretched hand for a shake. 𝗃𝗏𝗧𝗏 had a stronger grip than he remembered, and the man made sure to give a very firm shake before releasing. The smaller blonde flicked his hand out to make sure the blood kept flowing, before lifting the cigarette back to his lips for another drag. Hey, Mario. I've already accessed the security system and it looks like everything's in the clear. A periwinkle-haired woman popped out of the front seat with a laptop in one hand and an iced coffee in the other. Wide, soft blue eyes glanced between the two men before settling on 𝗵𝗃𝗲 in innocent awe. Nice to meet you. I'm 𝗲𝗏𝗧𝗏. I work with Mario and Tamaki under Red Riot Security. You're Mr. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, correct? 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝐵𝗃𝗲 𝗵𝗃𝗲, but leave out the 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝐻. Where's your third person? Here, I'm over here. A meek male voice called out, and the blonde leaned to the right to figure out where it was coming from. A hand shakily raised above the truck's bed before indigo locks appeared. Uneasy dark blue eyes appeared shortly after, though quickly diverted away from the silent rage radiating in his direction. Tamaki is just shy with new people he meets, don't worry about it. What matters now is we get this property secured and up to date with new security measures. We got the short version from 𝗑𝐻𝐼𝐵, but it seemed there were a few certain details he didn't want his clients to hear. Care to fill us in? 𝗃𝗏𝗧𝗏 crossed his arms over his chest while 𝗵𝗲𝗏 typed away at her computer after setting her drink down. Tamaki slowly edged his way around the front of the truck in an attempt to avoid the harsh gaze aimed his way. Somehow the usual drivers for 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐳 had gotten swapped out in between my office and 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏's downtown location. Nobody noticed until they were driving down the road with no responses or directions from the drivers. I'm going to assume you know everything about the men hired for the job, considering you're the best 𝗑𝐻𝐼𝐵 has employed, so I'll leave that to you. Deku radioed 𝗑𝐻𝐼𝐵 once 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 brought up the fact that the driver was headed to an unknown location. I don't know why it took them that long, but I'm going to figure that out later. 𝗑𝐻𝐼𝐵 knocked his driver out first, followed by Deku, then Todoroki. None of the men responded to prompts or questions. Red Riot Security provided cell phones were no longer active at the time of the incident. All three drivers were dumped on the road before all vehicles quickly left the area. My office has been put in lockdown to prevent anyone going in or out. I just got here only a few minutes ago, and they're expected to all be here within 5 minutes. Well, this certainly sounds interesting. I wonder if it's the same people we've been watching the past few weeks. 𝗃𝗏𝗧𝗏 rubbed his smooth chin while pursing his lips in thought. 𝗵𝗲𝗏 stopped typing on her laptop to pull something up on her screen before turning it around to face 𝗵𝗃𝗲. The picture wasn't the greatest, but it showed a scraggly-haired man with what looked like a lip scar entering an alleyway at dusk. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 grabbed his cigarette before it dropped from his opened mouth. The rat. That's the fucking rat we've been seeing for years now. He always shows up to events where Red Riot Security is working, but never says a word and passes through. He just showed up at Present Mix Gala for the ladies last night, though he slipped through the crowds before anyone could catch him. When was this picture taken? 𝗵𝗃𝗲 gripped his smoke so hard it broke in half, then hit the ground. A dress shoe quickly stomped it out in case a fire started. A few weeks back though, he's been sighted around the city in a random pattern lately. Not really going anywhere specific, but seemingly knowing his way around the area for sure. Never sticks to the main sidewalks either and chooses the alleys instead. I've got someone on the other side feeding me information, but there hasn't been much progress the past few days. I'll arrange a meetup with the contact to see what's going on. His name is 𝗳𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝐁𝗄𝐻. Togata informed Bakugo, with his smile slipping to a tight line. No matter how many feelers he sent out into the city, it was becoming nearly impossible to keep up with the mysterious man. Never interfering with Red Riot security jobs, never verbally communicating, just sharing a fast look, then leaving right away. The man was becoming increasingly difficult to track down. 𝗳𝗵𝗲 𝗔𝗂𝐁𝗄𝐻. The sound of the gate opening once more had all four turning their attention down the drive. One after another, Dynamite Company vehicles eased their way up the long road before splitting off to park neatly in a line to the left of Bakugo's car. Without even waiting for their bodyguards to open the doors, all 6 members of 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐵 piled out onto the pavement with loud sighs of relief. 𝗂𝐵 escorted 𝗧𝗏𝗄 over to the steps leading to the front doors of the mansion and sat her down. Izuku immediately grabbed a water bottle from a supply bag nestled in the trunk of the SUV and hurried over to give it to Uraraka. Kirishima ensured everyone was good before trudging over to Bakugo with a dark look in his eyes. Status on the security systems, he gritted out to Togata with a palm covering his tightly clenched fist. He was livid. Not only had he failed on his part to protect his clients with even his life, somehow 3 men snuck into Dynamite Company vehicles, pretend to be their drivers, and then knocked out their communications while attempting to take them to an unknown location. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, even though he made sure to have every single movement planned down to the second. The only thing he could think of was they snuck into the vehicles before they left the studio, then took them out at a light. GPS in the vehicles recorded no long stops or idling along the route. Everything is in the clear, boss. I'm running a complete scan for viruses and breaks in the firewall, though it doesn't appear to be showing obvious signs of hacking. I'll pull the camera footage from Dynamite records to see if the ambush happened before they even left the lot, with Mr. Bakugo's permission of course to access his systems. Nijire swiftly informed her employer before glancing up at Bakugo. Awaiting approval. A sharp nod of his head had the technical pro typing faster than they could keep up with. The dumped drivers were picked up along the escape route and are secured in the back of the truck. 2 were still out and 1 was trying to run around until Tamaki took care of it. I sent another few men to patrol the route in case the drivers were dumped along the way, but I want you to verify these guys before we take them back for questioning and processing down at the police station. Togata jerked a thumb towards the covered bed of his truck. A few muffled thumps confirmed the men were still alive. Good. No casualties on the girls' end though. Miss Uraraka got a bit car sick with Midoriya's driving. I offered to have a doctor do a full checkup, but she declined, saying it would go away soon enough. Has the house been cleared, Bakugo? Kirishima stretched his fingers out before crossing his arms over his chest. An enormous amount of built-up anger and stress needed to be released at the gym later tonight. Bakugo would probably join as well. I've got your guys clearing the house in 10 minutes or less. They've already secured the property, but I made them do it again, to be sure. Made sure to have them open every door, throw back every blanket, check every inch of that house again, before switching to the exterior. Your tech geek here mentioned nothing showed up on the cameras, but if 3 strange men managed to get into my vehicles, then who's to say they can't find their way around a security system? Have you interrogated the guards stationed at the gate? What about the maids and gardeners? I'll head down there myself in a minute to ask questions and see if anyone tried to enter the property. He keeps logs of every vehicle that enters or drives up to the gate. Definitely going to check the sensors to see if they're functioning at 100%. We'll interrogate all of the property staff to ensure no one leaked their schedule to an outside source as well. Tamaki, I'm leaving you in charge of checking for toxic or foreign substances around the property. I want a full report of your findings by the end of the day. Nijire, connect to all of the systems to find out what happened between the office and downtown. Togata and Bakugo, we're going to interrogate these 3 and find out who they're working for once the women are inside and secured. I'll stay here all night if I have to for the information I need. Midoriya, Todoroki, come here a minute. Kirishima called out to his employees currently assisting Uraraka. They quickly excused themselves to hurry over. I want you two staying with them at all costs tonight. Unless they're in their personal spaces or sleeping, I need you to stay with them in case something happens. The big three will be on the premises as well as some of the other guys. Until we know what happened to the original drivers, I want hourly patrols and a sharp eye on the ladies. I doubt they're going to want to go out tomorrow, but in the event that they do, we'll have to advise against it for safety reasons. A few of the others will rotate you out for breaks and such. How is Miss Uraraka doing? Still a little nauseated, though she's assured us multiple times that it will go away on its own. I've offered water and anti-nausea medication just in case. They're with Miss Tsu. Izuku informed his boss, with his hands clasped behind his back. Todoroki seemed a little less uptight but had his hands shoved into his pockets. Good. What happened to your phones? Either we got out of range of the signal scrambler or they were attached to the drivers. I shut mine off after kicking the driver out just in case. Todoroki pulled his out to show his boss it was completely off, Izuku doing the same. Kirishima scooped them up before handing them to Togata, the blonde taking them with a nod then moving to put them inside of his truck. I've got the drivers in the back of the truck here, so I'll test your devices to see if they react to them or not. It wouldn't hurt to test the vehicles either, just to rule everything out if you're fine with that, Mr. Bakugo. I have a contact that can send replacements within an hour if needed. It shouldn't take more than a few hours to get everything organized and back to you, boss. Do whatever you gotta do. I'm not letting them leave for the rest of the night. Bakugo said with eyes closed. A headache was beginning to form from stress. Whoever this Shigaraki dude was, he had to be planning something big if he was beginning to act on his plans. What the rat didn't count on was that he'd put down his life for his clients. Give me a minute to talk to the girls, then we'll get started on this. Ochako finally felt the nausea disappear after a few hours of lying down and slow sips of water. Yaoyorozu made some soothing tea to go along with the crackers, and the brunette took her time eating and drinking. Bakugo had informed them that the property was on lockdown until they could figure out what had happened to the original drivers, and despite a few disappointed sighs, the band agreed that it would be safest to stay where they were. Never in a million years had she thought being a pop star was so dangerous. Her father had been worried about security, and apparently his intuition was right. As much as she wanted to call her parents to let them know she was fine, Bakugo had advised leaking any more information than needed for the time being. So all 6 girls now sat in the living room, silently contemplating the day's events. They finally jolted upright once the front door opened and closed before a few sets of shoes clacked against the marble floors. Alright, here's the deal, Bakugo started heavily, with a scowl already beginning to form on his face. Midoriya, Todoroki, Kaminari, Ojiro, Kirishima, and Tokoyami stood at the ready behind the head honcho in charge, all of them looking solemn while awaiting orders. Kirishima stood beside Bakugo, with his arms crossed over his chest. The big three stood off to the side listening in, Nijire excitedly waving to the girls while bouncing back and forth. I get that you were supposed to have a few days of relaxation, but that obviously got cut short today thanks to some unknowns slipping into dynamite record vehicles. For now there's no active threat against you, but that doesn't mean you get to go about your days without a care. Tomorrow, you're all going to be learning self-defense tactics in the event that your personal bodyguard is incapacitated or you get separated. What happened today is both a failure on mine and Red Riot Security's part, for that we both apologize in the lapse of security. Your safety is our top priority, which is why you're all being assigned permanent personal bodyguards from now on. A few of them were assigned last night, but to ensure everyone is caught up, Deku is assigned to Uraraka, Todoroki to Yaoyorozu, Kirishima to Ishido with Shoji as a backup when he's away, Kaminari with Jiro, Tokoyami with Azui, and Ojiro with Hagakure. Questions? Just one. Who's Deku? Mina asked curiously while glancing over the suited-up men waiting patiently behind their boss. Izuka raised a hand to signal it was him, and the 𝗵𝗃𝗏 put a finger to her cheek as realization dawned on her. Oh, you mean Midoriya? I didn't realize you had a different name. It's actually a nickname of sorts, but feel free to call me whatever you like, Miss Ishido. So that's what Ochako called you earlier in the car. I was wondering why she switched it back to Midoriya all of a sudden. Tsu pointed out, and Ochako scratched at her face embarrassed while looking everywhere else but at the other people occupying the room. She hadn't meant to say his nickname earlier, but it happened subconsciously during the getaway. Despite him saying it was alright to call him that, now the brunette just felt awkward saying it with everyone was focused on it. Why do you only call him Deku, boss man? Toru chimed in from her relaxed position on the chaise lounge, feet kicking lazily into the air. Bakugo felt his eye subtly twitch. He was not getting into that right now when more important matters needed to be discussed. So if his name is Izuku Midoriya, doesn't it almost sound like an alteration of Aizu? The kanji can also be read as da, with the second half of the name being ku. There's the word Dakunabu, which means good for nothing, but there's also the word Dikairu, which expresses the ability to do something. So if I had to guess, and feel free to correct me on this, Mr. Bakugo uses the term in a derogative manner while Ochako uses it in a more friendly way. Though it's merely speculation, of course. Forgive me if I crossed a line, Mr. Bakugo. Yaoyorozu deciphered with ease. The rest of the band glanced between Izuku, Bakugo, and Ochako with confused looks before their manager finally felt his last nerve snap. Damn, that woman was perceptive. Maybe a bit too perceptive with that intelligence of hers, instantly figuring out the correlation of his and Deku's turbulent relationship. No doubt he'd already told Cheeks if she was calling him that from day one. None of your business. Moving on. All of you are to be down here in the morning at 8 sharp to begin training. I don't want any complaints, got it? There will be patrols all night, and if you need something just ask. Mine and Kurishima's phones will be on all night along with the 3 people you see here to my right. Introduce yourselves. Bakugo directed his hand towards the big 3 and Togata gladly stepped forward with a smile. The name's Mirio Togata. I work for Red Riot Security as an undercover agent of sorts. To my left is the shy but dependable Tamaki Amajiki, and the energetic girl to my right is Nijire Hado. Together, we form the Big 3. Our job is to secure the property from intruders, hackers, nefarious villains, and undetectable poisons amongst other duties. Nefarious villains? What is this, a fictional comic book? Mina muffled a laugh behind both hands once Bakugo sent her a silent warning to pay attention. The 𝗵𝗃𝗏 shoulders continued to shudder as the trio continued without pause. Hi. I'm Nijire Hado, but you can call me Nijire-chan. My job is to ensure no bad hackers access any part of the property via linked channels like your employer's networking systems. I also assist with updating security systems, tracking suspicious data, and other fun technical stuff. Oh, I love coffee. It's gotta be sweet though, I can't drink it any other way. And I love seals. They're so adorable. And Mirio, Kurishima spoke lowly, and the blonde immediately motioned for Nijire to stop. The woman pressed her lips together and placed a finger against them, the edges still lifting upward in a friendly smile. I am my name, I. Tamaki shakily raised a hand while averting his gaze from the room of people staring at him. Just pretend they're potatoes, just regular-looking potatoes that wear human clothes and have human flesh. It was no good. They just had potato heads with human bodies. Why was he here again? Why couldn't he have stayed home and not dealt with all of these potatoes staring at him? I want to go home now. All of UA Spice stared at the socially awkward man as he turned around to face the wall in defeat, shoulders slumped as he muttered under his breath about potatoes. Mirio laughed loudly at the gesture with an arm pumping wildly in the air with Nijire curiously glancing around her energetic partner to stare at Amajiki. Bakugo slapped a hand to his face as Kurishima shrugged helplessly. They were damn good at their jobs, but socially, the trio were a little odd. Long story short, ladies, our job is to protect you from harm, and that's what we're going to do by any means necessary. The property is being upgraded with a newer, more advanced security system that will require a unique code from each of you to be able to enter. Patrols will be beefed up and extra guards will be posted throughout the grounds for the time being. We're still working on trying to figure out what exactly happened, but rest assured that no expense is being spared for your safety. After tomorrow, your schedules will resume as normal save for the extra security measures implemented, but tonight feel free to do whatever you want as long as it's inside of the mansion. If you want something ordered in for dinner, just let myself or Bakugo know and we'll go get it. Questions? Kirishima took over as Bakugo mumbled angrily into his palm while shooting a narrowed gaze, the three currently conversing amongst themselves. The girls whispered amongst themselves before Ochako took the lead and stood with a slightly raised her hand. Kirishima nodded for her to go ahead. The girls and I have been thinking, is it possible for us to do a live recording of Gravity for our fans? We understand the security risks right now, but we've been checking the band's social media account and a lot of people are wondering if something's happened since we're normally out and about. There's another song in the rough stages currently that we could unveil at the concert, but for now we figured this would be a good way to say that we're still on track for everything. I was going to tell you this happened sooner, but with everything that's gone on I didn't have the chance. Someone leaked part of your performance last night and it's gone viral. The song's out there and racking up more views by the minute, so there's no point in hiding it from the public anymore. Once we get the security upgraded here in another few hours, then you can go live. Not sure how it leaked, but that's a problem for another time. Bakugo gave in to the demand and the girls excitedly cheered from the couches. He had no doubt it was the rat who'd managed to slip in and out before security apprehended him. There were other problems to deal with first, before tackling that one. I'll go get the studio set up. It's going to take me a bit to tune all of the instruments to Dynamite record standard. Jiro hopped up with ease, before stretching lightly. Are we good to wear the new outfits in it? I freaking love mine enough to sleep in it. Fashion this good will never die out. Mina twirled around to show it off to Nijire, who was fawning over it with bright eyes. Toru jumped up as well, and the two had a mini fashion show for the eagerly clapping periwinkle-haired girl. Yayarosa made to clean up their teacups, with Tsu grabbing the small pastry dishes to help. Ochako remained seated with a thoughtful expression on. Don't see why not. A full music video requires new outfits after all. Good for it, ladies. Kirishima flashed a toothy grin and a thumbs up before turning to Bakugo. The two shifted away to talk business, and the bodyguards dispersed to their designated spots within the property. Deku walked over to Mirio, excited to talk to the ever-elusive man. He'd heard a lot about the big three from Kirishima, though he'd never indulged his nerdy side with information, giving out names and brief job descriptions but leaving it at that. Seeing as they'd arrived before him, Todoroki and Kirishima meant they were fast and excelled at their duties. Information was a crucial part of their jobs, and Izuku Midoriya wanted to learn everything he could. Mirio noticed the movement from the corner of his eye and turned on a dime to extend a thick, scarred hand towards the green-haired bodyguard. Izuku Midoriya, correct? A pleasure to meet you. You probably already heard my name, but just in case, I'm Mirio Togata. The pleasure is all mine, Togata. I can't believe I'm actually meeting you. Kirishima's mentioned you before, though never any more information than a basic summary of what you do. I've always wondered what you three do for Red Riot Security. Can you give me more information? I'd like to take notes to better understand the intricate workings of Red Riot Security, though apart from my own research I have a pretty good comprehensive knowledge of the company. I should have brought a bigger notebook with me, but for now I can just use this little one. Deku firmly returned the handshake, then mumbled to himself as he removed a notebook from within his jacket, the pages frantically being flipped through until a fresh page appeared. A pen quickly appeared as he jotted down Mirio's physical appearance, approximate height and weight, personality, anything that could be of use to his memory bank. Mirio just stood there with a wide smile and motionless hand still held out. He blinked once, twice, 3 times, before swinging his arm upwards, to alleviate the awkward situation, with a hearty laugh. Man, you sure like to mutter a lot. Is that a quirk of yours? That was rude of me, my bad. But hey, why don't we get together later on when we have a break? I've got to keep up with Bakugo and Kurashima to ensure the property is fully secured so the ladies can keep rocking out. I'll catch you later, Midoriya. Mirio gave a heavy pat on his shoulder before strolling out of the living room with Nijire and Tamaki on his heels, the former giving a friendly wave goodbye while the latter merely continued to mumble about potatoes with his head hung low. Deku jerked his head up from his notebook only to find the trio gone from sight. He quickly put his notebook away with a throat clear, embarrassment filtering across freckled cheeks. Deku, do you always mutter to yourself like that? 𝗬𝗂𝐴 asked curiously from her couch cushion, and her personal guard jolted from his position to turn to her, a hand rubbing at the back of his neck. Sorry Miss Uraraka, I tend to go on a tangent when there's new information available to me. That's kind of the nerdy side of me, Deku admitted sheepishly, much to her amusement. The brunette merely shook her head lightly before standing, hands brushing off any invisible dust sticking to her clothes. She'd changed out of the new outfit earlier, but seeing as they were now creating a music video, she would need to jump back into it soon. But for the moment, sweatpants and an old shirt worked just fine. So, what's the plan for tonight? You just patrol around the property looking all serious as a bodyguard? Essentially. We'll be taking shifts to cover different areas of the mansion to ensure full security coverage for your safety. Once the personal alarms have been programmed to the new system, then you will have access to us directly. It's kind of weird to think about all of this. I understand why it's being done, at least a general idea based on what happened earlier, but doesn't it all seem a bit much? Maybe it was just a fluke with the drivers? 𝗬𝗂𝐴 asked hopefully, but the slow head shake from Deku told her otherwise. She turned with a hum and began leading him down the elaborately decorated hallway. Simple was her preferred method of decorating, but the other girls had overruled and taken control of the interior design. It was mostly a mix of Mina, Toru, and Yamamoe having hours-long arguments on what should go where, while the remaining three watched from a distance without a care. Mina had eccentric taste, Toru cute and cuddly, and Yamamoe had a rich taste from growing up in a wealthy family. Unfortunately, it was not a fluke, Miss Uraraka. You ladies were specifically targeted by an unknown group of assailants, near seamlessly. If it weren't for Miss Tsu pointing out a destination hadn't been decided upon, I'm not sure things would have gone as smoothly as they did. It was a failure on our part that will not happen again. Please forgive me for the grievances caused on your day off. And also for making you car sick with my reckless driving. Deku suddenly bowed deeply and 𝗬𝗂𝐴 frantically waved her hands to stop him. He was always so serious about formalities. Don't worry about it, really. I'm used to the motion sickness, so it usually goes away in a few hours. I've always had it and it doesn't bother me as much anymore. Really, Deku, it's fine. Besides, how can I forgive you if you haven't even done anything wrong? Deku looked up at her with eyebrows raised, but 𝗬𝗂𝐴 merely smiled brightly before waving his apology off with ease. He quickly nodded before returning to an upright position, steps easily matching hers as they continued further into the mansion. He'd seen many palaces, laboratories, needlessly large properties with crazy architectural designs, even a yacht that had a smaller yacht within it for day trips. The house of 𝐒𝐴 seemed to be the simplest of them all. Tasteful, functional furniture adorned the main rooms and fairly tame decorations made it a cozy place to return to for the rising to fame JPOP group. The bubbly brunette mentioned something about each member having a specialized room they ventured to when needing space. Her space was a planetarium if he remembered correctly. On a sweep of the exterior, he'd noticed a dome-shaped area of the house that wasn't listed in the original blueprints. If I may ask, how long have you known the other ladies? I've known Tsu since we were kids, but the others I met in middle school. Mina, Toru, Jiro, Tsu, and I all had the same classes in middle school, but it wasn't until high school that Yamamoe showed up. She was a transfer from a private school, just starting the school year. In the beginning, she only cared about her grades and taking on the role of class president, but slowly she started warming up to the rest of us. Jiro helped break the ice since they both play instruments. You can probably already guess what they are since they're relevant for the band now. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 mused with hands clasped behind her back. Deku nodded even though she couldn't see it. He'd done a lot of research on the girls and their backgrounds, though some of it was difficult to find, like more hidden personal interests or how the band got together, the original formation of the band. He'd even gone so far as to scour the fan sites created by fan clubs, yet those had turned inappropriate the deeper the threads went. I see. That explains the closeness with you six. I feel it really helps your music as well. I appreciate the remark. We're like a family, and I feel it helps strengthen our music in more than one way. There was a period where we weren't always this close though. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 trailed off softly, slippers slowly shuffling to a stop outside of a door adorned with a hand-painted galaxy, small LED lights twinkling rhythmically through the paint. Izuku remained silent. Being respectful of any trauma a client might have was one of his most enforced policies, the top one being always protecting his client even with his life. The memory of the drink spilling incident from last night flickered across his mind. Miss 𝐎𝐽𝐽𝐻 had casually mentioned the song being about a former friend, and the reaction from Miss 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏 was unexpected, the brunette immediately trying to divert from the situation only to end up in a worse one. Izuku had the suspicion that the current conversation was unintentionally leaning that way. You're now charting #1 in the country and about to go on tour for the first time. All of your accomplishments, hopes, and dreams have gotten you to a place that most can't reach. Hard work and dedication on top of countless failures have opened a new path for you to climb to achieve your dream. At one point in your past, that period of darkness may have been a temporary road bump, but look at yourself now, Miss 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐝 is trending consistently on the radio stations. You wrote a single hit that you performed flawlessly last night, and even though the struggles of stardom are weighing you down, you keep moving forward. It takes a lot of strength and determination to accomplish what you've done. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 turned on her heel to look at the personal guard. For someone she'd just met, he sure knew how to encourage people when they were down. A laugh spewed from her mouth, and the green-haired man just tilted his head slightly with a confused expression. The brunette wiped underneath her eyes with a genuine smile, nearly splitting her face. You're so weird, Deku, I just can't help myself from laughing. You're always motivating and pushing me to keep moving forward even though we've known each other for barely a day. All you've done is catch me from falling more than once, saved me from those creepy guys, saved us from those imitation drivers, and now here you are cheering me up. You're too kind, Deku. You're welcome, Miss 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. I make it my personal mission to ensure the happiness of my clients, so if there's anything at all, please let me know. I'm always willing to help with anything you or the other ladies may need. Izuku bowed once more, and the bright smile adorning 𝗧𝗵𝗲's face faltered the slightest bit. Clients, huh? Was that all he saw them as? She'd seen how close he was with Melissa, so she figured they were friends in the very least, but maybe it was just for show due to Red Riot's policies. Anyways, this is my personal space that I mentioned at the party. I like to spend time in here when I need to take a break from everything. Sometimes I sit in there for hours to clear my mind or just to get away from the world. If you'd like, I can show you after we're done live recording Gravity in a bit. Actually, I should probably check in with Jiro and test out the microphones. I'll show you where the recording studio is, Deku. Lead the way, Miss 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗏. Bakugo leaned back in his chair as the ladies adjusted their instruments for a final time. They were just about to go live with Gravity, and he could tell Cheeks was a little distracted. Normally she'd be checking in with the other girls after adjusting her microphone, but she seemed to be just staring off into space more than normal. His finger pushed down on the booth intercom and he leaned forward to speak into the microphone. Cheeks, come inside the office for a minute. Rest of you keep preparing to go live in 5. Yes, Mr. Bakugo. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 replied quickly. The rest of the girls glanced at the glass curiously, but nonetheless continued adjusting their instruments with quiet chatter amongst themselves. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 excused herself and in a matter of seconds knocked on the office door before entering. Bakugo made sure the door was shut before motioning towards the couch opposite of him. She was suddenly acting out of character and he was going to get to the bottom of it. What's going on with you today? Are you still rattled by the hijacking? And no, it's nothing like that. Even though today has been hectic, I've just been thinking of the reason why I created Gravity and the meaning behind the song. Singing it last night was a thrill, but now that I've been constantly going over the thoughts and feelings behind the song, I'm not sure what the meaning is anymore. Maybe it was just an outlet for frustration of a bad life choice. Ochako admitted with a sigh. The memories kept surfacing, which brought up old feelings of betrayal, rejection, fear, loneliness. It wasn't a good time in her life, and she wanted the memories buried deep enough in the back of her mind to never surface again. Somehow, whenever she talked to Deku, it was like all of her pent-up thoughts and emotions just came pouring out. They barely knew one another, but it felt like she could talk to him about anything, including the turbulent past that led up to the birth of 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵. That's what makes a song good. If it comes from the heart, then it's genuine and better than any auto-tune crap. What caused you to suddenly change your view on it? Bakugo leaned forward against his knees as he studied his client's expression. Even in the living room, she'd been more reserved than before after asking about going live. He didn't know about her entire past, it wasn't any of his business, but maybe there was something that damned nerd Deku knew that he didn't. The other day after we left the restaurant, there was a girl in the crowd, she looked exactly like a friend I used to have. It was only for a second, but I had the overwhelming feeling that it was her. She's the main reason this song was created, and it stirred up mixed feelings about it. I haven't seen her in about 10 years, and I think it just rattled me a bit. The thoughts and memories have come flooding back. Then use it to strengthen your emotions when you sing. Power comes from within, thanks to experiences good or bad. Artists don't just sing about everyday life, without thought or emotion behind it. Every good love song came from personal experience, whether it was loss or a love that could never be. Country singers don't sing about the farm life to do something new or to stand out, they sing about it because that's their life. The blood, sweat, and tears that go into making a song are about the experiences behind it. You say this song was about a former friend? Then when you get in there and sing, put all of your emotion into it like last night. Put every fiber of your being into pushing those emotions out through your words. Give those fanboys something to swoon over on the internet. You and the others have come a long way, filled with fear, rejection, confusion, and even harassing fans to make it to the top. I've been in this business a while now, and I can tell you ladies have what it takes to come out on top. Your talent and tight bond are what a lot of other bands don't have, which is why they flop after a few months. Now quit with the damn pity party and get back in there to give the performance of your life on your song. Bakugo pointed to the door with what he hoped was an encouraging speech, or what he assumed was one, before turning back to ready the audio panel and camera. Ochako made for the door and stuck her head back in just before it shut. Thank you, Mr. Bakugo, truly. Yeah, just go sing your damn heart out already. Within 2 minutes, they were ready to go live. Kirishima had come back to relay with Bakugo on an update with a few of the guards following to check on their clients. Izuku stood with Kaminari, Ojiro, and Tokoyami against the back wall. Everyone else employed by Red Riot Security were on rotating shifts to secure the property. The ladies gave a thumbs up once they were positioned, and Bakugo held up his hand to count down until the live feed. 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. Hey everyone, this is Earphone Jack of 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐵 coming at you with a special video today. We wanted to give a little update since some of you were concerned about our sudden silence after the other night, so we're here to say we're fine and ready to rock some more. In fact, we've got a special treat just for you guys today. Not just a special treat. Look at these rockin' outfits too. Mina jumped towards the front with a strut, making sure to let the camera get a full view of their new outfits. Toru joined in and the two posed together with hands clasped. Custom made by 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗲. Every outfit you see is specially designed with each of us in mind, so vote down below in the comments, and let us know who had the best one. Make sure to vote for me, Pinky, and Invisible Girl. But don't forget the rest of the girls as well. Toru chimed in before prancing back to her instrument. Mina blew the camera a kiss, then practically launched herself up and over the drum set with a precision landing on the stool, sticks at the ready. We've heard a little rumor that a new song of ours had gotten leaked, and instead of trying to cover it up, we're going to perform the entire song live for you lovely folks now. 𝗂𝗵𝗲 added in with a smile and a wave. We sincerely hope you enjoy the incredible talent of our 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 is correct. Our own 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 over here has been holding back her talent in songwriting, so she's going to perform for us tonight. The mix all yours, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. Jiro gestured to her friend with a quick thumbs up. Achiko nodded before grasping the microphone a little tighter. It was just a camera lens and a few people watching, much easier than the night prior when it was a room full of people. She could do this. Thank you all for the amazing support we've been receiving. This song is based on a true event of what happened with a prior friend of mine and how it reflected my thoughts and feelings at the time. With the amazing help of my friends, I've been able to write this song for you all, and I hope you like it. Here is Gravity.